Hey!
What up?
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Had someone had turned down the volume. Apparently, Klondike Will Ortner does not listen to audio in his ears.
Somebody
we were down at 0.
Danny Meringue's catching strays because so the show before us is entitled Dusty and Danny.
Yes.
Or is it Danny and Dusty?
I think it's Danny and Dusty.
Danny and Dusty.
Yeah. Okay, so it's two guys and their names conveniently are Danny and Dusty. Mm-hmm. Okay. So Danny's out. I don't know where he is.
Sounds like some sort of calf roping team, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. My theory on this whole thing is that Will is quietly poisoning Danny Meringue.
It's possible.
And because if you notice, whenever he's gone, it's like Will's like, oh, I happen to be here and I'm willing to work. I believe this is some sort of weird Munchausen syndrome sort of thing where like he's spoon feeding Danny like Pine Sol, like in The Sixth Sense, just slowly but surely. Danny can't figure out why he keeps dying. Well, it turns out it's Will.
Well, Will was filling in today and yesterday, and I got a text from somebody who shall remain nameless because they are very famous.
Yeah.
And they were like,
Joe Donlin.
Danny's an idiot.
Joe Donlin thinks Danny's an idiot? What?
And then I was like, well, you realize Danny isn't even on the air today. And he's like, well,
the other guy.
Someone's an idiot. I'm like, you guys.
Someone, anyone is an idiot.
You guys out there, I tell you.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well,
Danny's catching strays.
Sorry, Danny.
He's out. He's sick. I don't know what he's doing.
Well,
he's
okay. Stop taking treats from Will Ortner. Like, Danny, if you can't figure out why Will just keeps giving you like goodie bags of snacks, stop. It's not going well for you, bud. Never met anyone that's down and out more than that guy. Just saying. Kind of convenient.
What a big day.
It is a big day.
It's
got a recap there. Dog fans licking some wounds. Duck fans celebrating.
It's Tuesday.
Ann Arbor burning couches. Can I just say that the burning...
Oh, I didn't see that.
You didn't see it? Oh, yeah. Couches were ablaze. That's my favorite celebratory act that you can have. Climbing the street signs, lamp poles, that's always an enjoyable one. I like that they grease them up now. It's like some sort of weird hillbilly erotic game. But I love the burning of the couch. I'm a big fan. I don't know where that started, but I loved all over Ann Arbor last night. Well, couches were going up.
I didn't see that, but yeah, we've seen that before in celebrations. Yeah. Like they flip over cars, which that one I don't understand because that's like property damage.
Yeah, but a good couch burning.
Well, but yeah, like couches are a pain in the ass to get rid of.
Yeah.
Which is why people put them on the porch or out on the street.
Yeah. Well,
so it kills two birds with one stone. It's like if you've got a couch that you are okay setting on fire, that's great because it's hard to get rid of anyway. You'd have to get a truck and take it to the dump, and it's just if you can't sell it, and then it's like nobody wants it, and it's like So being able to light them on fire,
two birds with one stone,
under the guise of celebrating our team's championship, that's great. It's just resourceful, is what it is.
Well, in college, did you have a porch couch?
I'm trying to think.
I love a good porch couch, and that's usually because in college
we didn't really have a porch.
No,
in any of our places, we had a porch swing.
Well, there you go. No one in college buys a couch. You just acquire couches.
They're like pens.
Yeah, they're just there. They're around, and so it's like that's the other one too. Is if you burn a couch, even if it's a quality porch couch, you'll find another one. You don't buy a couch. You just walk around. You find couches. So it's not only is it an annoyance, like you said, to get rid of one, but it's an abundant resource. They're easy to find. I mean, it's like finding a cat. Who buys a cat? You just go acquire a cat. They're out there.
I have one at my house right now that I would like to light on fire.
Yeah. Well,
but I can't until my team wins a championship, and then it's acceptable.
Yeah, the Blazers, I hate to tell you this, but
that's not my team.
You may be holding on to that couch for a while. No, but you can't just burn a couch because Kansas wins a championship.
Why not?
It has to be in the city.
Oh.
Like, you can't just go out into the street and then the cops show up and they're like, sir, you lit your couch on fire.
Yeah,
and you're
but my team just won.
You're like, rock chalk. Now, if the Blazers win, but like the Timbers isn't even a couch lighting ceremony. Like you can't. It has to be the Blazers.
Well, I was going to say the Seahawks, but they're out of the playoffs.
No, that's sorry. You're going to have to wait for the championship of like 2039 in order to light that couch on fire.
Well, I've just become a Blazer fan.
Yeah.
So I can get rid of that couch.
You rooting for the Blazers, aren't you? Man, really, I just got this couch that's kind of annoying and
I want to light it on fire. I can't do that legally.
I also like when the person drags the word. There is a couch. It's not a couch. It's with the smaller couch with the what do they call the two seats?
A love seat.
Love seat. There is a love seat that is sitting out on my on one of my routes that I walk my dog every morning. And someone had the nerve to take this thing, and it's like the biggest piece of junk you've ever seen. And they drug it out to the street corner, and there's just a sign on it that says free. And it's been sitting there for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, hey, dude, that's not a thing, man. It is so wet and disgusting. There's little like spores, like mushrooms growing on it now. And yet someone's still like, I don't know what to tell you. I said it was free. Anyone can come take it. I want to see how long that sits there before somebody, and it's like right on a fairly, it's right by the high school. Who eventually deals with that?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
does the earth eventually just, do the mushrooms and the spores, do they eventually just take it over and it gets sucked into the underbrush?
Maybe the raccoons nap on it or something.
Oh, I'm fearful. Like, I avoid it because I don't want to know what's living in that thing. I'm assuming that some family of rodents has taken up residence in this thing. It's like I said, it's been several weeks, and think about how much it's rained. Think about how waterlogged that thing is.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right. It's like sometimes you get situations like that, and that stuff just disappears. And
Yeah.
where did it go?
I would like to know.
Did someone really take it?
There's no way.
No, I have had a lot of luck with the setting something out on the street corner and just putting a free sign on it.
People coming and taking it?
Yeah, I've never had something that didn't go fast.
Well,
I also won't put it in the rain.
Yeah,
and
you live in a fairly trafficked.
Yeah, there's a lot of people rolling through there.
Yeah, whereas if you're like, if you
and they're all high because there's a weed shop over there.
If you put something out in front of my house in the
no one would see it.
No one. And the olds aren't coming by, and
you got to go offer up.
Yeah, the olds aren't coming by and
offer up's a beating because people are so flaky.
No
and
one
weird.
will show. No one will show up.
They're asking a million questions, like, "Do you want the damn thing or not?"
I can't believe people do that, like Craigslist and offer up anymore. It's just too sketchy in this day and age.
I love this one.
Well,
too.
It's not sketchy. It's just you got to. I mean, I've had plenty of stuff on offer up that people are wonderful. They come and, as a matter of fact, one time I met a woman who's a reverend. And here in town, and she said, "Hey, if you ever have anything else you need to get rid of, keep my number. I'll come and get it because I give it to people that need it." And
that's
I'm like,
awesome.
"Oh, well, this is awesome." So I now have her in my phone.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll give her the couch.
Yeah, you should.
Anyway, I just solved my own problem live on the air.
I push merchandise. So if you show up to my house, like let's say I have like a couch or something, and you come to get the couch, guess what? I'm upselling you for free for all the other various things. I'll be like, hey, what do you think about that chair right there? I also have a bicycle here that I'm not using. Would you like? I will push.
Oh yeah,
I push.
And
I'm
oftentimes people are like, "Great,
yeah,
I'll take it."
Perfect.
But generally, I've had a lot of good luck with offer up. Somebody eventually will come in, they're great, and it's fine.
Yeah.
But it's all the rigmarole in between there, where
setting it up,
all the questions and
terrible.
It's like, well, I don't know if we can make it there. Could you drop it off?
Yeah.
It's like,
no,
come and get it or not. It's free.
I also love this one too, where like let's say you are trying to sell something for $20, and they're like, I don't know. What do we feel about 10? Cool. What do we feel about? Just take it, and that's why now you just list it for free.
Yeah, just don't. It's not worth
the
asking
whatever
for money.
If you are selling something and it's less than like $75 or maybe $100, just list it for free and get rid of it.
It's out of your hands.
It's out of your hands.
It's easily. Somebody will come get it fast.
There's nothing worse than, dude.
But for $10, they will hem and haw.
Yeah, and then they do that noise and they're looking it over like, oh, I don't know about that. I might go $4.50 on whatever you want. I will give you $5 at this point. I will give you money to not have this conversation anymore. Please leave and take the 6 other things with it.
Well, there you go. A little hot couch talk right off the top.
All because Michigan won and they were burning couches around.
Michigan won that.
They did.
Yeah.
I thought, like I said,
probably talk about it.
Well, I thought Michigan was going to win.
It's Division I football.
I thought Washington could win, but their path needed to be pretty simple. I kept using the USC-Texas analogy. Texas was not as good as USC. Vince Young was better than everybody. And I thought Penix could be that guy. And credit to Michigan for making him play this way, but Penix picked an awful time to have arguably his worst game of the year. That was
I mean, they did that to him.
They did that to him. But
dude, they played them 10 times. They're losing 9.
I think it's more like 7, but yes, there were there were plays to be had when they go back and watch them, because I went back and watched it last night. When Washington watches that, first off, the Dylan Johnson injury crippled them. Michigan played lights out on defense, but there were plays to be made against that Michigan defense, much like in that first series when Washington actually had a rhythm. And then I'm telling you, when you watch it, I haven't seen Penix that rattled all year. And yes, some of that is Michigan, but technically Texas actually put more official pressures and hits on Penix than Michigan did. And some of that seems a little bit weird because at the end of the game, then it was just teeing off on him. And it felt like every play he was under siege. But there were plays to be made, and Penix just, in the biggest game of his life, I'm not trying to say he was the only reason Washington lost, far from it. But after the bleeding early and the defense stemmed the tide, if Michael Penix plays what he's capable of, Washington is in that game with a chance to win it. And
they were in the game anyway.
Yes.
It was
midway through the third quarter, it was a 7-point game.
Well, we forget that the last 8 minutes of the game, it was 20-13.
Yes.
And Washington had the ball with the ability to drive and score and tie the game.
Yep.
So the last handful of, I don't know if it's 8 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it was in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the dam just burst.
Completely changes how you feel about that game. But if you're being objective, it was not a blowout. As a matter of fact, it settled into a game, a defensive scrum.
Yep.
Where both teams were just forcing punts.
Yep.
But in the end, Michigan, they were too much.
Yes.
And they were really good. They
were a worthy champion.
Yeah.
That really impressed me.
They finished, and you just can't take much of anything away from them other than the sign stealing thing. And I don't think anybody really even cares about that today.
I hope that these jackasses that are trying to throw shade at Michigan, and I'm not a Michigan guy, I'm not a Harbaugh guy. I think McCarthy and that stupid meditation thing drives me crazy. I'm not a huge fan of Michigan, but please don't do that. Please don't try to nullify what Michigan did, because this may be the least talented of the 10 national title teams, maybe the Auburn team, but even that, they had two truly special players. It's one of the least talented championship teams we've seen in the 10 years of the playoff era. And yet they were perfect.
Sure looked talented.
And they just bullied. They absolutely bullied teams, including Alabama, including Washington. They play lights out. They play disciplined. They're physical. And it's not a top 3 or 4 recruiter. It's not. I mean, let's not make it out like it's like a top, that it's like the 40th. I think overall, I think they said composite, it's like the 14th kind of talent class in the country. There's only 2 5-stars on there. So I'm not trying to make it out like the little engine that could, but that is a team that is a team. It is not built up of a star. It is a collection of guys. It's the Detroit Pistons taking down the Los Angeles Lakers, that sort of thing. And I don't want to hear a damn thing about the sign stealing stuff, because against their toughest opponents, against Ohio State, against Alabama, against Iowa, which whatever, Big Ten title game, and against Washington, none of that stuff mattered. And they did the exact same thing they'd done all year, and they bullied teams. And I give Michigan all the credit in the world. Yes, Penix played his worst game, but a lot of that, like to your point, was because of what Michigan did.
Yeah, they were in his kitchen.
Their tackling, that is as good a tackle, like a tackling clinic, a game and a championship game as you will ever see. Washington had so many plays you're like, oh, do they have the corner? And no. One-on-one on the little kind of short game, they're making plays out there. I was really impressed. I came away with a healthy dose of respect for that championship team, and I'll be damned if I'm going to sit there or listen to people try to claim that that's some sort of asterisk.
I mean, they ran for asterisks.
Asterisks and Fred Manfredson.
They ran for 305 yards.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Kind of all you need to know, really.
Yep.
And won the turnover battle and outgained them. I mean, it's just, I don't know. You look at the numbers, you'd be like, oh, yeah, 21-point game.
Yep.
But Washington, to their credit, actually kept it pretty close despite being punished for much of the game. So let's talk about it. Do you want to talk about it?
Let's.
Or have we already done that? Maybe we move on.
We can get into it. We'll talk about the Blazers again.
Let's move on. The Blazers. Hot Blazer talk next.
Hey, Raptor Lakers right now. That's what they're talking about on ESPN, whoever this guy is. I think that's Schultz's cousin. Look at that.
That's a betting. Yeah, that's like the bet show that they have.
Joe Fortenbaugh.
Everybody's got bet shows now.
Yeah, you got to.
Well, everybody's got the.
I have a funny story about Joe Fortenbaugh, actually. I was at
this guy right here?
Yeah, that he says is my cousin, that maybe just because of the faux hawk. But I heard Colin Cowherd say to Joe Fortenbaugh, who is now on a national betting show, he was like a San Francisco like sports radio host at the time. He's like, hey, don't lean too much into that betting stuff, man. It's not I don't know how far you're gonna go with that. That's what Cowherd said to Joe Fortenbaugh. And now he's
look.
Wow.
Yeah, he leaned into it just fine, Colin.
Seems to be doing all right. All right, let's get going with our poll question next on The Fan.
The Seahawks come up short of the playoffs.
Families for over 60 years, AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday, we asked you which championship drought ends tonight, and the majority of you were correct.
Yeah.
Michigan, 57%, Washington, 43%. Today, we ask, if Michigan was the best, who was the second best team in college football this season?
I don't think they were in the tourney.
Washington, Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State. Those are your options.
Georgia.
Vote.
Georgia. But
And vote hard.
you know, and I know Georgia fans, you know, obviously a little sensy about it, but you lost the one game. You could have lost any game that year. Any. And it wouldn't have mattered. But you lost the one that you couldn't lose.
Yeah, that tournament's a lot different with Georgia in there.
Yes. Because you wouldn't have been able to physically bully Georgia the way
No.
that
would have been a great match.
would have been a great
like,
matchup.
The reality is, it's like now you just want to see Georgia play Michigan because Washington and Oregon, you know, it's like P1 Scott said, it's like, oh, a Pac-12 team holds up to a Big Ten bully for 3 quarters and then fades in the fourth quarter. Oh, where have I seen that before?
Yep.
Of course, he's referring to the Oregon-Ohio State championship game.
Very, very similar.
And so it's like you do kind of get the sense that neither of the West Coast teams would have really, well, we saw it. I mean, Washington did not stack up to Michigan, and Oregon probably wouldn't either. So that leaves Georgia. I mean, Ohio State, the reason I put them on there is they almost beat Michigan at Michigan.
Yeah, we're driving down with a chance to win the game, and then what happened? Pressure up the middle, hit McCord, and then the interception, which, again, look at what happened to seal the game in the national title. You know, I get it was a 2-score game at that point, but put pressure, bad throw, interception, thanks for coming.
Yeah, I think in this instance, we're all kind of thinking Georgia, Michigan, top 2, and it would have been fun to watch them play, but
yeah.
We didn't get that matchup. So that's the question. If Michigan was the best, who was the second best team in college football? Washington, Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State. That poll question is pinned to the top of our X account at 1080 The Fan. Vote hard.
Well, and I'm a little disappointed in Washington. And disappointed is a strong word. It just Michigan brought their A game. Like, they brought their A game in the run game. The defense was great all night. I think McCarthy is what he is. I don't understand the J.J. McCarthy stuff. He's okay, but people make him out to be like a top 10 pick. I don't get it. He clearly, to me, he is the weak link on those teams. He's Ken Dorsey on those Miami championship teams. He's fine, but you know, they're
about run game and
yes,
defense.
Alabama. You know, the AJ McCord and guys like that, or not? Was it
AJ McCarron?
AJ McCarron. McCord is the Dusty's old co-host.
Whoa, whoa,
yeah.
Did you just call her a core whore?
Co-host.
Unbelievable. Did you hear that?
I think he was trying to say cohort. Yeah, he was like in the middle of cohort and co-host.
Dusty's a whore too. Gosh, Dusty.
This is getting out of control here.
Yeah,
AJ McCord catching strays.
Yeah, McCarthy's one of those. So Michigan showed up and played.
Oh, they played great.
A great game, and Washington didn't. And like I said, I agree.
You don't
with
think their defense did? I mean,
not early. No, I thought the run fit discipline in the first quarter and a half of that game for Washington are embarrassing.
I mean, they did run for 305 yards.
It was embarrassing,
but at the same time, they stabilized.
They stabilized, and they played well enough. And again, I go back
Kept
to
him
it.
In the game.
The Dylan Johnson injury was crippling to them because the amazing part is that Washington doesn't have another back. They don't. They were playing. They were trying to run a guy that had been on 1 foot, had a knee injury, and got a high ankle sprain. Like I guess that's the part I'm just shocked about. That's all Washington has is that guy.
Well, and it was one play and he was hurt again.
It's one play and he's hurt. And so once that run game was gone, it was very limited. But again, go back and watch that. Washington had open guys running all game long.
I feel like the Michigan DBs, as good as they are, as you mentioned, their tackling was sensational.
Incredible.
And it was. But I also feel like, you know, I mean, I feel like the SEC powerhouse teams like Georgia and Alabama, they tackle that way too. Like when you watch those elite teams play,
it's impressive.
That's typically how they look. And, you know, Dan Lanning, to his credit, has brought a lot of that tackling, integrity or whatever they call it, to Oregon. I mean, Oregon has shored that up greatly in the last year and a half, but Michigan was sensational,
especially on the edges. When you've got corners, and Alabama's got these too. And Arnold and McKinstry, when you got corners that are willing to come up and lay a hat on someone, I can't tell you how many times Michigan made drive-killing tackles.
Yeah.
On the
Yak,
edge.
I would think that Yak for Washington, particularly in this game, is a very big deal.
Yeah.
Yards after catch, but they were not allowed much of that at all, and that is a credit to Michigan. But I would say this, that their whole defense played great, and they finished, and like you said, worthy champs. But it sure seemed like they were confused on the back end a lot.
Yes.
And Penix just could not he just couldn't hit him. And I don't know. And like you said, he really didn't get hit a lot in the backfield until late in the pocket.
Yep.
But
he was under pressure.
They were in his kitchen. And I think it goes back to this idea that Penix might have gotten exposed a little bit.
Maybe.
Like they warmed him up. I put it this way, Michael Penix is sensational, but I think there are quarterbacks that could have handled what Michigan was throwing at them better than Michael Penix handled it. And that really was a major difference in the game because, like you said, he had open receivers
all night.
It seemed like Michigan was confused a lot in the backfield, and they just got away with it.
When he started, the criticism of Penix, we've talked about why people don't think he's a top 5, top 6 pick. Some.
Well, there it was right there.
There it was.
Yeah,
like,
you saw it.
You saw it. Like, injuries aside, but people always said that they were concerned that he didn't play fast enough and that the footwork and the mechanics. And unfortunately for him, when you do a draft evaluation, there is going to be a lot to like about Michael Penix. And I still think he's a top 15 player. Some GMs are going to look at last night, and that is going to be a damning piece of evidence.
Do you think his stock took a hit?
Yeah.
Draft stock?
I do. Because he played behind a really good O-line. And again, last night wasn't a great night for the UW O-line.
They were award-winning.
The offensive
line.
And Michigan's defensive line is good. Their edges are better than Texas's. But interior-wise, the 2 defensive tackles for Texas are better than the 3 that Michigan runs. And yet, for whatever reason, they couldn't handle at all what Michigan was doing in the interior of that line. But Penix did such a nice job of manipulating the pocket against Texas, and against Michigan, he panicked. He had terrible footwork. He was throwing off his back foot. He was inaccurate. That first drive, they marched right down so Michigan gets the big 41-yard touchdown run to start that game. Washington goes right down the field on him, gets to the 8-yard line, and you're like, well, here we go. It's going to be a shootout, right? Neither team can stop him. And then it fell apart. And on that third down, he had his guy, and he overthrew him by 3 yards. It was over his head. And then you go back to the Ndunze play. And I think Rome tried to take some blame for that. He said, I should have ran more to the outside, but I don't know if he's covering for Penix on that, but you have to make that play. And then you can go back and again, doing a dive into that when I actually sat down and watched it last night, there were so many plays that, yes, he was under pressure. Yes, he had to sidestep a little bit. He stopped looking downfield for receivers. Even on the last game-sealing interception, he had Ndunze on a dig on the other side, which should have been his first read. He's a left-handed guy. It's where he's looking. It was wide open. And he decided to force it over to the right side, tried to fit it into this weird coverage window. And yeah, it was under pressure, but it wasn't horrible pressure. The interception that he threw right out of the half, it got pushed back, and I know he's got his ankle stepped on, but where were you going with that ball? Like, he made decisions last night that I think when he watches that, he's going to go back and say that he felt they made him uncomfortable to the point where I think he was completely out of rhythm almost all night, and that was something that we just hadn't seen. And then, of course, he got hit again in the ribs, and they said it after the game. Finally, someone was like, yeah, he's been playing with cracked ribs all year. And so that wasn't necessarily the factor until the very end of the game. It's just that I think he picked a terrible game to feel the pressure and let it get to him. And maybe that was one of those in a national championship moment. Maybe it was too much because he's better than that. And Washington needed Penix to be the best player on the field. And he wasn't close to being the best player on the field.
All right, text the Vancouver Ford text line 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. When we come back, we will tell every single story and every piece of the maize and blue confetti.
It's a lot.
Live on the air.
It's a lot.
Was Jim Harbaugh taking a gummy, do you think?
He was a little. I think that was the.
I look at all this confetti. I see a story in every piece of this maize and blue confetti here.
I think that was.
What?
I think that was a man that was emotionally exhausted.
What are you talking about, Jim? More on the game next. Here is Schulte with SportsCenter.
This is a Wild Card Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club. Good or bad weather, the golf course is always the driest around. Download the Langdon Farms app today to get all the latest news and specials. First on The Fan, head coaches in the NFL continuing to fall a day after Black Monday. The Titans announcing they have fired Mike Vrabel after 6 seasons in Tennessee. He led the team to a winning record in his first 4 years, as well as winning Coach of the Year in 2021. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says that linebacker TJ Watt will be out Sunday for their wildcard matchup against the Bills because of a knee injury. Tomlin also stating that Mason Rudolph will be under center after leading the team to 3 straight wins in a row. Some bad news for Huskies fans after the loss of the national championship yesterday. Today, Washington receiver Jalen Polk announcing he is leaving school to enter the NFL draft. Moving on to the association, the Portland Trail Blazers back on the court this afternoon in New York, taking on the Knicks. Matisse Thybulle and Jabari Walker questionable. DeAndre Ayton is doubtful. The Blazers 12.5-point underdogs tip off at 4:30 p.m. on Root Sports Plus. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get in the game at Spirit Mountain Casino. Their sportsbook powered by BetMGM has all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's Sports Leader. 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Souk. Vulcan Design and Construction helped me turn my backyard into a true outdoor living space. Now the area I used a few times a year is my favorite place to hang out year-round. To check out their award-winning designs for yourself or to book your free consultation, go to vulcandc.com.
X Golf is the home of indoor golf. There's X Golf Tualatin, X Golf Vancouver, and coming soon, X Golf Beaverton. The world's most advanced golf simulators in a great sports bar atmosphere. Host your event or party at X Golf. Rent one bay, a few bays, or rent the whole place. It's a fun and unique way to entertain clients and friends. Download the X Golf app. It'll keep your stats and handicap, and you can even make a tee time
Duck fans probably had to like that last night, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I was
watching
thinking about them.
watching your enemy not just get beat, but kind of like manhandled a little bit. That probably feels
And then
pretty
watching Penix limp off, holding his holding his side.
Look, I'll say this about both sides. I found both teams to be very likable and respectful. I thought there was a lot of respect. I didn't think there was a lot of trash going on. After the game, Penix, walking in, I saw a couple Michigan guys come over and wrap their arms around him. Even up on the podium when they were talking to some of the Michigan guys, there was multiple guys that were like, hey, that's a hell of a football team over there. We knew what sort of challenge. So I actually found both teams fairly easy to root for.
I kind of got a hint of this is fun watching Penix just get pummeled.
Yeah.
I got a hint of that vibe late in the game that I'm sure Duck fans got because I felt like he was kind of playing it up.
You think?
I know he's hurt. There's no question.
Yeah.
But I think he also is one of those guys that wants everyone to know it. Like, I mean, just the slow limp off of the field with the holding the side with the towel over the,
The towel over the head might have been a bit much.
Dude, Penix, we get it. You got your ass kicked. But I just, I go back to the Oregon game, the first one, where Oregon was the one that roughed him up. They're the ones that got those ribs.
Yeah, the ones that broke him.
And that was in the second half of that game. And Oregon in the second half of that game really got to Penix.
Yeah.
And they hurt him.
Yep.
So I kept thinking about that game going, my God, like he is a totally different quarterback when you warm him up.
Yep.
And you hit him. He's just completely different. But then I went back to that first Oregon game and went, God, they did that to him. But he had the one freaking drive where it was 2 plays or 3 plays or whatever.
Down to a
passes.
Yep.
And that was it.
Thanks for coming.
Now, Nix did his part and
got him down for a field goal.
got him down for a field goal. They missed it. But still, I just go back thinking like, man, he is so different when he gets hit. Oregon did that, and he still drove them down for the game, ultimately the game-winning score. Mm-hmm. That stings.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, he wasn't right in the second half of that game. And,
and he wasn't.
You had him in the same spot Michigan had him in. They finished it, and Oregon didn't.
Yeah, and you saw Oregon had a good defense. Michigan had a great defense. They just did. Michigan's defense was as advertised, and we kept...
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Penix is what makes Washington go.
And they neutralized
And
him.
he is totally different when he gets hit.
Yeah.
And Oregon did that to him, and they still didn't beat him. Almost, but they didn't get him.
Yep.
And that's got to be frustrating.
It hurts twice.
Those
right?
DBs probably got to be thinking about that, going, God.
Well, and that's what I said.
1 or 2 plays.
As good as Oregon's defense was, and it's good defense. It wasn't Michigan's. That defense, and we said it all year long, I wanted to see it against some real offenses because they didn't play any all year. Ohio State had an okay offense, and even Bama's. Like, Bama's offense was good. It wasn't great. Washington had a great offense, and Michigan took care of it. So, like, the idea that Michigan is some sort of all-time team is laughable to me. I just don't think there's the top-end talent that you have there with some of those Bama, Georgias. I think the LSU team with Joe Burrow, I think they murdered this Michigan team. But in this year, it was absolute bully ball. And I kind of appreciate that you can win ugly. This was the first time we've seen a team in modern college football win with just this style. This was old school, like Nick Saban, early LSU. Like, it doesn't matter who our quarterback is. We're just going to beat you up, and we're going to run the ball and play old school football. Alabama had to evolve from that because it wasn't working anymore. And yet Michigan did it without top 3, without top 4 recruiting classes. And I think that's good for the sport. I think it's nice that someone other than one of the top 4 or 5 recruiters managed to do that. And I appreciate the level of commitment. Jim Harbaugh a couple years ago was on the verge of getting fired. And I don't care.
I know, that's wild, isn't it?
Yeah,
think about all the talk about how he just wasn't the right guy and it's time to move on. It's just, there's a lesson in there.
Yes, and it was a slow build. It took a while, and a lot of those guys from Michigan came back. And yeah, I hate when they're like, oh, Corum came back. Well, of course he did. He wasn't going to be a first-round pick. It's like we talk about this all the time, like, oh, he's choosing to come back. Is he? Or did the NFL just look at you and be like, dude, we're not that interested? So, but yeah, it was a group of seniors. It was a group of people that were seniors and juniors that had been through some of the rough times. So you may not like Harbaugh, and I don't, and some of the stuff that goes along with Michigan and it's self-inflicted, but all their adversity. But I do appreciate where they came from the last and taking their lumps, losing to Georgia, losing to TCU, not being able to get over the hump against Ohio State, and just slowly building it into this bully ball that then goes perfect and wins a national title. I think it's a good story.
It was a nice W. I think they got somewhat lucky in the matchup because we knew that they could run it down Washington's throats. Yeah. We knew that. And that would not have been the case against say, Georgia.
Probably not.
So in that instance, it's like you always say styles make fights. Well, the Washington-Texas game, the style made that fight, and that was a tough one for Texas because their back into their defense wasn't as good. And Washington, obviously, their passing game is their team. But this one, and we kind of tried to talk ourselves into Penix and those receivers are so great. They, the offensive line held up against Texas, so they hold up against Michigan. We tried to do all that, but we kind of ignored the fact that everybody knew, including Michigan, that they could run it down Washington's throat, and they did that right out of the gate. Yeah. I mean, all I have to do is tell you, say you didn't watch the game, and I'll tell you that the final box score says 38 carries, 303 yards, and 4 touchdowns.
Ball game.
Done. You say Washington does not win that game.
Nope.
And they didn't. They lost by 21 points.
And in the first quarter, they had runs of 41, 46, and 59. I could tell you that. But again, I want to give credit to UW because they fixed it. And for 2+ quarters, they played good defense and they held Michigan down, which is what UW has done all year. The defense isn't great, but it finds ways to keep in games, and then it's up to the offense, and the offense didn't do it. And like I said, I will go to my grave saying that if they play that game 10 times, Washington can win 3 or 4 of those. And I go back to the overthrow on the first field goal, the miss to Adunze down the sidelines, which was a walk-in touchdown. I'll go to the holding call, which it's pretty ticky-tacky, but I understand why they threw it. The one that took back the Adunze 40+ yard completion when it was a 7-point game completely changed the outlook of that. There were so many of those plays that it didn't work, which are, it's easy to come up here and say, well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But if 1 or 2 of those goes the other way, that's a game in the final 4 or 5 minutes as opposed to the back break.
I mean, it kind of was anyway.
Yeah, but Washington they ran. You can't ask the defense to hold up that entire time. The offense at some point has to do something to bail out your defense. It was like early on, the defense is just getting bloody, and the defense is like, okay, we've rallied, we've held. Offense, hold up your end of the bargain. And it's the one time this year that the offense wasn't able to do it. Yeah. And I give all the credit in the world to Michigan. I still think that on a different day, that Washington offense can do enough to make that a final play, sort of like what we saw against Alabama, where it comes down to the final play. But you're right in that the better team last night, top to bottom, and the better team the majority of time they play is going to be Michigan. And I think we all knew that going into the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like those misses on some of those plays is because the other team is in their brain.
Sure.
And that won't change. There's a reason why there were so many misses.
I guess
they're not. In other words, I don't think they're actually self-inflicted wounds.
Sure.
Yes, of course, there's a wide open receiver, but the reason he didn't hit the wide open receiver is because the defensive line was up his ass.
And I guess I'm disappointed if I'm a Washington fan, and you can't be mad at him because he's the reason why you're there. I guess I'm just disappointed if I'm a UW fan with the way he handled it against Texas, where he was under just as much pressure versus the way he handled it against Michigan. And yeah, the Michigan back end of the defense is better, and it's an overall better defense. But to be so great in the pocket and so great under pressure and so great in manipulating things one week and to look completely lost. I mean, think about this. Even if he plays a C+ to B- game, let's say B-, I don't know about C+, but B- to a solid B. they're in that game till the end. And he played an A-plus game against Texas.
Don't you think?
That's I don't know. In the biggest stage, you need your Heisman Trophy guy.
Well, yeah.
To be the hero.
Of course, but I discredit Michigan. Don't you think that Texas has got to be kicking themselves watching that?
Yeah.
They're like, well, wait a minute, what's the difference?
Back half of the defense.
But yeah, and I think that's what it is. I think when Penix is in the Texas game, Penix saw wide open guys.
Yep.
They were right in front of him.
Yep.
Pitch and catch.
And Michigan was better.
Michigan, they were much stickier. They were some of those throws, and I haven't heard anybody say this. Although of course I haven't listened to a lot of post game. But I did not think the Washington receivers did him any favors. There were a lot of drop balls, and those guys are supposed to be the best receiving core in the country. There were a few times I can think of 2 or 3 where he put it right on the money in a tight window, and the guy freaking dropped it.
Washington has been, all year been the best 50-50 ball team in the country, where tight window. Let's go up. Adunze, no one's better, but McMillan, Polk, all those guys, Westover, they have been phenomenal at making big catches. And again, maybe at stage just being too big for him and it was just an off night, but you are 100% right that those 50-50 balls, God, did they make maybe 1 or 2 of those all game long? So yes, that's I can put a lot of this on Penix, but you are right that his receivers did him no favors last night. Especially when your quarterback isn't playing great. Sometimes when you're an NFL guy, you've got to make plays to get him going in rhythm, and the receivers never did. And then I'll give credit to Michigan because even on a lot of those third down plays and second down to try to make up a lot of yardage, where it looked like the yak was going to be there was an ankle tackle. The number of one-on-one open field tackles that Michigan made was outstanding. That should be a cut up DVD for every football coach in the country, every young football team, and says, you want to play defense, this is how you play it.
Yeah. All right. We'll wrap up the championship game, Michigan, Washington, and the fact that Jim Harbaugh is a low-key Oregon hero, Oregon Duck hero. We'll wrap all that up next on The Fan. All right, well, it's over. Washington lost. They lost the natty. Penix. I don't know. I just thought he was trying a little hard there at the end to let everyone know how hurt he was.
As opposed to playing with broken ribs that he's been doing for half the year.
Look, I know he was hurt, but again, I just feel like there was a lot of playing it up out of him. You know, he's got that.
You ever had broken ribs?
He's got that towel over his head, and he knows the camera's right in front of him. It's like, oh.
I will say I couldn't figure out how he was. Like how did he see where he was going? He was walking in the tunnel. The towel was completely over his head. He had his helmet sitting up top.
He knew where he was going.
What the hell was he seeing? Like,
He was watching the cameraman's feet, knowing the camera was on him.
Yeah, him and JJ McCarthy are going to have a what would you say, a quiet off. I'm going to pretend that I don't see the cameras with my busted ribs while you meditate while no one's around.
I think
it's equal annoying.
It's a little bit the same. Like, I feel like, and I'm not doubting Penix was hurt because Oregon broke his ribs, and then he played. That's why his performance sucked for so long.
Yes.
That Arizona State game and such. He was hurt.
Exactly.
But he had time to get better, and particularly 3 weeks, almost a month rest before the Texas game.
Made a huge difference.
Makes a big difference. And then it looked like his ribs were fine. I mean, It was the fourth quarter.
Yes.
I think there was a specific hit where he got up and was like, "Oh my God."
Yep.
And he's got that pad on his right side anyway, and you could tell that they had re-aggravated that.
Yeah, it wasn't that did not have a factor into the game. By the time he got hurt, that game was over.
Yeah, and at that point, I think he had one more series, and I think he might have thrown the pick.
He threw the pick
at that point.
Yeah, I kept waiting for them maybe to
I don't know. There's some element
go to another guy
from listening to him talk and knowing what he's like. And he balled out this year because I'm not saying he's soft at all because he played hurt most of the year. He never really sat out.
Nope.
So I give him all the credit in the world, but I do think there was an element of him that was making sure everybody knew, like almost to say, oh, well, this performance is because I've got these broken ribs right here. If you could just
the 3.5
take a look at that.
3.5 quarters had nothing to do with those ribs.
It's really hurt. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And he knows that.
He knows.
But he's trying to say,
I see where you're going.
Take a look at this. I'm really hurt. Otherwise, I would have won.
I give
Michael Penix.
I give him a little more credit.
He's a weird kid.
He is weird.
But
I give you a little more credit than that, but I definitely see your point that it was at times, and people do this all the time with injuries. It's so hard to know.
He's like LeBron.
It's so hard to know what's authentic and what is.
LeBron does it. NBA guys do it all the time.
NBAs do. Yeah, they lay on the ground.
Oh, they love
lay on the
love
ground
the crowd
for 9
going,
minutes, and then they get up.
Oh my God, he's really hurt. Oh my God.
Well, that's what I said. Like with the use of Nurkic, Draymond Green.
He ain't hurt. Get up.
The flying whatever the punch. That's the softest punch ever thrown. And Yusuf Nurkic acted like he got hit with a Mike Tyson left hook. He's like laying on the ground like he got
the Europeans
killed.
are notorious for it.
Get up.
Where's Michael Penix from? You sure he's not from?
I think he's from Tampa.
Oh. Well, anyway,
he's Florida man.
Hey, let's get.
I'll tell you what, though, you cannot. The one thing that no one will question, and it is absurd that Mike Leach ever said this. Rest in peace, Mike Leach.
Oh.
At one point, Mike Leach said Dylan Johnson was soft.
Oh, yeah.
Dylan Johnson. Dude, that guy,
hell no.
He may never walk again. Like, I don't know he probably doesn't have much of an NFL future. I mean, he's just another college running back, but you cannot question the toughness of that human being. That guy he played with a high ankle sprain, a sprained knee, and a foot that I'm waiting till like they announce what exactly is wrong with that foot. The amount of painkillers that guy has been on and tape that he's been through over the last 4 months, it's incredible. So that's kind of one of those things that I'll remember about any college football season. Remember when we were down for the Oregon Ohio State national title. And you can say this about Auburn too, that after the game, both sides, when you play 15 games, those dudes are just, even the team that won, they're just laying down in the locker room, just exhausted. And everyone's beat to hell and everyone's just nicked up. And the amount of guts and grit and just fortitude it takes to get through a season like that, Michigan, Washington, there are so many of those guys that are playing through stuff. Not as prominent and maybe as showy as Michael Penix, but I just, at the end of a season like that, I tip my cap to every one of those sons of guns that went out and gutted through some serious injuries that a lot of those are going to have surgery here over the next couple weeks.
I think Mike Leach would like to comment on your commentary from the Beyond.
Yeah.
That's 50% stupid.
How can you call that guy soft?
Well, Leach thought everyone was soft.
Yes.
He was one of those guys.
He also was spraying people with a hose and locking them in
Right.
sheds.
Right. Rest in peace, though.
Yes.
All right, let's get into some Jim Harbaugh talk next on The Fan.
the shoulder pads in them, like one of my mom's old ones.
Yeah.
1986 calling.
I love that at some point women thought that shoulder pads were the thing. I know how to make myself look great. Try to get these broad man shoulders going on.
Well, it's not like men ever did any better. The main look for like 20 years for dudes was just slicked back as flat as you can and part to the side. Looks stupid.
Call that the Peyton Manning. I appreciate dudes like the Dana Altman. Like Dana Altman has had that haircut since he was probably 8 years old, and he's hey,
works for him.
Yeah, why change it now? Stick with
brush.
it. Yeah, because you don't get that hair with a comb. No. That's why we call him the brush.
No, I didn't get to see much of Dan Lanning because we were on the air for most of the game. But did anybody catch Lanning's hot commentary? He was up there.
Yeah,
with
I actually thought he was up there. I mean, they went to him quite a bit. I caught some of it when I recorded the game, and I thought he did a nice job. And some perspective on joining the Big Ten, and there will be a rematch next year.
Yeah.
Between a traditional Big Ten matchup between Washington and Michigan.
Oh, yeah, but Oregon and Washington.
Yeah, Oregon and Washington
too.
Well, that's their big rival now. Yeah. That'll be what ends the season. No more. Well, I mean, the Civil War is there, but it's at the beginning of the year, which is just so bizarre.
Well, the Jim Harbaugh thing, somebody mentioned this on X. I thought it was great. They were like, Jim Harbaugh is low-key Duck hero because, one, he just took out Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, Duck fans could not handle Washington winning a championship, okay? So credit Jim Harbaugh in Michigan. They helped you out there.
Yeah.
Did you a solid. Okay, so now he's also likely leaving Michigan.
Yeah.
The year that Oregon jumps into the Big Ten, he's like, all right, we're good. I'm out of here. And he's probably going to the Chargers to save Justin Herbert.
So what you're saying is you're right. Low-key Oregon hero,
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, there's he is not coming back to Michigan. Like every one of those answers that he gave before and after the game, how wishy-washy, non-committal can you possibly be?
Tell you what, he was great though after the game. After the game, putting on the sunglasses and he's like, "We did that."
He's counting confetti.
We did that.
You're right. There was a gummy involved there when there was a story in every piece of confetti. Yeah.
Well, and then. Was it Reese that was up there? He's like, what did you mean by that? He's like, well, I don't know. I'm high.
His dad's 1,000 years old and is bear hugging him and picking him up in the Harbaugh. Look, I am not a Harbaugh fan, but
I swear to God,
it was cool to see them all down there celebrating.
And he was having a good, he had a little sense of humor in him.
Sure.
It's so funny to see his dad because, I mean, it looks like him. Jim Harbaugh in an old man suit.
Yes.
Like it's unbelievable. Yeah. It's the same guy.
It is the exact, even John Harbaugh looks like him, but he at least looks like there's a small branch off the family tree.
Yeah.
Like the Harbaugh, Jim and his dad, you're right. It's the same character. It's just in movies like where you age one or you digitally bring one back like Robert De Niro in The Irishman. It's creepy. And they're the exact same person. And how much milk was Harbaugh drinking after that game?
Yeah, they are the exact same.
Yeah, they are. They're just... And I want nothing to do with them. I find them both exhausting. But last night, I found myself smiling and feeling good for Michigan. I did. I thought
they deserved it.
I thought both of those teams were easy to root for at the end of the day, and that was a worthy champion.
Appropriate that the team caught cheating wins a title in Houston, of all places.
I was listening to Dusty today, and he was talking about, if you're a Michigan fan, do you take, is there any sort of do you feel bad that you're going to have to claim this and people are going to try to take it away from you? And Dusty's like, no one cares. Trust me, as a Houston fan, you just roll with it.
Yeah, you don't care about that.
No, and it's
mental gymnastics of fans.
Exactly.
It's just like your team wins a title.
You want a title.
Short of, there's really no wrongdoing short of I don't even know what could you do that is so egregious that no one would give you credit for a title.
I want you to realize that Penn State had a coach running a pedophile ring. And when they tried to hold the head coach accountable, the Penn State masses rioted and rallied. And they had won a title since 1986. Imagine if Penn State had won titles. They probably would have been lobbying for Sandusky to come back and be the defensive coordinator. There is nothing. There really is nothing you could do. Because Art Briles the same thing. Didn't win a title there. Didn't matter to the Baylor people. Michigan won a title. Are you kidding? Jim Harbaugh could do it. He could pull the trump. He could shoot someone in the middle of campus and they'd be like, well, it's one murder, but national championship, first one since 97. We're okay. We're okay.
I can live with it.
Yeah, you can live with it. Look, I've got flaws. You've got them. Look, let's move on. You know, what's done is done. It's in the past. Dude, it happened last night. Exactly. It happened last night. But, you know, we got a parade to play.
Well,
I already burned my couch.
All the good cheating teams go to Houston. That's where they win.
That's where you win.
That's where you win. I do have audio left over here. Wait, do you want to hear Michael Penix?
Yeah.
After the game? This
Yeah.
is just kind of his summary of his career.
In my career, you know, it was a lot. You know, I feel like everything happened for a reason. You know, everybody know my story, so it's like, you know, I mean, I've been through a lot. You know, I've had ups and downs. You know, but you know, I'm thankful for it all. You know, I'm super blessed. You know, obviously, to meet Coach DeBoer at Indiana, to lead me here, to be playing for the biggest game in college football. You know, but obviously we didn't come out how I wanted to. But I know that each and every player on this team, you know, they gave it their all, and you know, it wasn't enough today. You know, and for me, I'm gonna take accountability for the offensive side of the ball. Feel like we could have did better, you know. Too many penalties, you know, and we had a lot of offsides. And I'm put that on me because I got to be louder. I got to, you know, make sure I'm great with my communication and stuff like that. So my offensive line is, you know, hearing ghosts. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's been a long one, but man, I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed to be on this team. And, you know, these guys will be my brothers forever.
Yeah. So
It's kind of, and I'll equate this too with Bo Nix.
parting thoughts there.
I'll put these two guys together. Think about this. Michael Penix was a non-story. No one cared about Michael Penix. 3 years in a row at Indiana, his career ends, 2 knees, a shoulder, and he's an afterthought. You know, probably career going nowhere under the old system. Either he stays at Indiana, maybe he transfers somewhere, sits on a bench, nothing. Bo Nix, same thing. Kind of gets run out of town at Auburn, feels like it's over, not a pro prospect, is just kind of done. Is just another quarterback on the scrap heap. And both of those guys transfer, end up out west. Yeah. Both of them are on the Heisman Trophy stage. One plays for a national title, and both are going to be first-round quarterbacks. That is, you think about how different their lives could have been forever, based on if they would have stayed or ended up under the old system, just kind of ended up on a scrap heap somewhere as opposed to getting fresh starts out here on the West.
Well, the other thing, too, I saw a stat that said 25 of the 44 starters in that game last night were on a 5th or 6th year.
It's incredible.
And that, I feel like, so some of that's COVID. You know, they all got an extra year because of COVID. But I do feel like guys are playing longer than ever. I'm not really sure why that is. Is that the transfer rule that they changed?
Transfer rule, I think NIL certainly helps. That I think in the past there were some guys that if you were a 3rd or 4th round pick, screw it, I'm throwing my hat in there because I'm not doing this for free. I only have so many, you know, miles left on my body. But for guys like Blake Corum and some of these that aren't necessarily 1st round picks and are not going to have great NFL careers, they make way more money in college and can leverage that for a greater period of time than trying to test the waters in the NFL. So I do think it helps with some of the mid prospect guys wanting to come back and play a 4th, 5th, or 6th year.
Well, but how did they? Where did we get to the place where there's 5th and 6th year?
That's like, COVID.
That's the COVID thing.
The COVID.
Is that ending?
Yes.
Because I got to tell you, it's been kind of nice. Like you were talking about Penix and Nix, and it just made me think of this. That the benefits of seeing these quarterbacks, particularly quarterbacks, with so much experience, it's actually been really refreshing for college football.
Yes.
And it was really refreshing for the 2 Northwest programs, Washington and Oregon. Yep. I mean, you know, look no further than like Quinn Ewers or even Jalen Milroe. You know, those guys were in the college football playoff, but clearly 2 talented guys, but guys that just need more reps. They need to go play more football.
And next year they may be back.
Well, they're both back.
Well, I'm saying they may be back at the biggest level and making the playoffs, and they'll look different.
I don't know. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like the benefits of the 5th and 6th year thing, especially with Nix and Penix, are great examples. Those guys. I mean, I just looked it up. Penix, for all his injuries, still started 48 games.
Yeah.
in college. Bo Nix has the all-time record for college starts. It's like 60-something. You can see that in their play, and it makes for a better game. It makes for a better fan experience to watching these teams. And so now that the 5th and 6th year thing is going away, I wonder if that's going to take us back a little bit in terms of quarterback play. You know, a lot of young quarterback play and a lot of
I do hope
bad quarterback play.
I do hope that with NIL, guys are willing to stick around longer, and they see the Bo Nixes and they see the Penix and they see some of these guys and the developmental prospects that you can have, and that it's not about just leaving as soon as possible. I really do think that we are going to see, not to the level where we have COVID and everyone gets the extra year, but I do think you will see more guys sticking around longer and playing longer, and the ability to transfer. We're getting better because you don't have to just sit and rot. I think the movement of players lends itself to getting more talent out there in places that they can be appreciated and better situations. So yes, I think this aspect of college football, while it drives some people crazy, it's going to lead to better play across broader teams.
All right, next, let's wrap it up with the final rankings and next year's rankings. We already have those, by the way.
Yeah, the far too.
We're already power ranking them. Shocking. This will shock you. But do you know who number 1 preseason is?
Ole Miss.
No, but they're really high.
I know. People like Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I know.
I'll fade them.
Iowa.
Nope.
Maryland?
Bad guess. Number 1 next year is Georgia.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. What a shocker. Let me guess. Ohio State, Bama, Michigan.
Well, I'll tell you next. It's not hard to guess.
No.
But we'll tell you where Oregon ranks as well. We'll do that next. It's 416 on the Fan. kid. You know, that kid had his shirt ripped off his body.
Oh, yeah.
I've got the latest on that.
His headrest came off, and I read the mom's account. Boy, I'll tell you what, you better check your shorts after that. And you know what?
If you still have them.
It's no fault. If there's a little Hershey Kiss down there, no one's faulting you at that point.
I don't think anybody's gonna.
No.
If you smell it, you're not even saying anything. You're
No,
like,
dude,
it's
I'm like,
understandable.
I just lean over and be like, hey, no shame in that, man. Just fist bump him. You're good. You're good.
Let's have a beer.
So the Ducks finished 6th in the final poll.
You are correct.
Final rankings. It's kind of nice. I mean, hey, they're close. You know, they're real close.
Yeah.
If you think about it, you know, you finished 6th. You had 2 3-point losses to the team that played for a title. You have one of the top recruiting classes. You have the top transfer quarterback, and you're ranked in the top 5 preseason. You're real close. The downside is you enter a much tougher league and a tougher postseason tournament.
Nice part is that there's going to be some real like kind of, I guess, a recalibration of what we consider great seasons. You know, with the 12-team playoff, you know, you playoff. When you look at making the playoff, I don't. Playoffs. It's going to be easier than ever to make the playoff because obviously 12 teams, and so we're not going to hold you to a 14, you know, or a 13 win, you know, season in order for you to have the utmost success. You know, teams aren't going. There's going to be plenty of 2 and 3 loss teams that are still going to have a great year and end up in the playoff. Have you seen Georgia's schedule next year?
No.
Let me pull it up.
Easy or hard?
Oh, it's nasty.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, because, you know, the SEC is doing away with divisions as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Georgia is used to being 12-0 or, you know, 11-1. And that is the standard. Anything less than that. And it's like, you know, the sky is falling. They open at Clemson. And I know Clemson isn't, you know, what they've been, but let's not act like going to Clemson.
It's a good game.
Well, I guess it's neutral site technically. So
probably Atlanta.
Yeah, somewhere down there. So, and then Tennessee Tech, whatever. But Kentucky, Alabama, Auburn, Mississippi State, Texas, Florida, Ole Miss, Tennessee, UMass, Georgia Tech, and then the SEC title game.
Yeah, not easy.
No,
yeah, Texas. I forgot about Texas.
Yeah, dude, that's
being in there.
Dude, that's a killer. And you're opening you're opening against Clemson, like. If Georgia,
so you're saying everybody's kind of it's tougher on everybody.
It's tougher on everybody. Michigan's schedule, it's the same thing. Oregon, Washington, like there's these schedules now in the Big Ten and the SEC are murderer's row. So like this idea that like you're going to get a bunch of group of 5 teams that are going to go undefeated or 1 loss and they're going to get in. To hell you are. You're sitting there. You're going to tell me that a Boise State team or someone, you know, is goes undefeated or a 1 loss. And they're going to look at that and say, yeah, we're going to put them in over a 2-loss Georgia or a 2-loss Michigan or Washington or Oregon. When you look at schedules like that, no, I don't think so.
Let me give you Michigan. So I just looked theirs up.
Yeah, it's probably brutal too.
Well, they're playing Texas on September 7th. They play USC on September 21st, and then October 5th they're at Washington. Those games are in their first 6.
Yeah.
The other are Fresno State, Arkansas State, Minnesota. But then you come back from the bye week at Illinois versus Michigan State versus Oregon, and then of course they end the season. They still have Indiana and Northwestern, but they end the season at Ohio State. So they're playing Texas, Washington, Oregon, and Ohio State.
You think that's slightly more challenging than what you had this year? Yeah.
And USC.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. So get used to 10-2 or even 9-3.
I don't mind it.
Being a hell of a me neither, because it's so stupid in college football that if you lose a close game, Georgia this year, for example, right? Georgia's number 1 all year, and you lose a close game against Alabama, it's like, well, sorry, you're done. No. You know, I love that you are going to have some teams early on that maybe stumble out of the gate, maybe have some injuries, but towards the end of the year, much like in the NFL or any other sport, you start playing better and you find a way to get into the dance with a 2 or a 3 loss schedule if it's really tough. And you don't have to be the best team all year. You have to be the best team at the end of the year, which is the true mark of a champion.
By the way, Oregon's got to go to Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Next year.
Yeah. It's
November 2nd.
It's nasty. So,
But they get Ohio State and Washington at home.
And yet you're still having to play those games. And this is
more fun for fans.
It is way more fun for fans. And that's the other one too, is yes, you're not going to be able to celebrate 12-0 seasons all the time or 11-1 seasons, but you are going to get such better matchups that anyone saying that the college football has lost its way and that it's dying. First off, the ratings tell you to go pound sand. 25+ million people watched last night. 27 million people watched the Rose Bowl. It's only going to get better with the expanded playoff. The regular season's only going to get better with more of these big time matchups and teams not hiding, thinking that they have to be perfect. College football is going to be great. It's going to keep getting better and better and better. Yeah, there's some missteps along the way, and yes, there's going to be some people that are going to get left behind. I think it sucks what happened to some of these teams, mainly Oregon State and Washington State. But for the overall viewer, the overall college football fan, the next 5 years of college football are going to be a hell of a lot better than the previous 5.
You know, it's sneaky big that I just now thought about, and maybe you guys talked about this while I was gone, but the Ducks getting not only Dylan Gabriel, but also Dante Moore.
It's huge.
Yeah, because you think about a schedule, because what made me think of it was somebody texted and said, sounds a lot like an NFL season and schedule.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, yeah, those are, wars of attrition. It just kind of sucks in college that there just aren't any good backup.
Yeah.
Well, that's not necessarily true. There are some.
Not a lot.
But there's just not a lot. It's nice that Oregon might have a decent backup.
Yeah.
If there's an injury.
And that's
at quarterback anyway.
Because when you
keep your season alive.
Absolutely. Because let's say, Dylan Gabriel goes down for 2 or 3 games. Can you get a guy that can steady the ship? Or, the case of like Ohio State, can you pull a Cardale Jones and find a way to go in and win the whole thing with a backup? But in today's world of college football, that's a position where it's really, really hard to keep depth at because of the transfer portal. And, you look at some of the depth in general. It is going to become more and more important through the 12-team playoff
to have depth,
to be more like Michigan.
Yep.
And you saw it in the fourth quarter that Michigan just has such better depth than Washington. Washington doesn't have depth at a lot of positions, and you can say that it's more access to the tournament and that it's more spread out, but in reality, I think it's harder than ever to win a title for a team like Washington or a non-traditional top 10 power, because in the old system, you had to win 1 game. In the new system, you had to win 2, obviously. But think about, not being one of the top 4 seeds in a 12-team playoff. Think about you play your conference title game, which is probably going to be a top 10 or 12 team. And then you get, whatever it is, 2.5 weeks off. And then let's just say that you're going to have to play, Ole Miss or like a Florida State. And then the next week have to play Michigan. And then the next week have to play Alabama. You better be deep.
Yeah.
You better be physical. And
it's true.
You may win a game or 2, but in order to win the crown, I think it's more likely it's going to be teams like Michigan or the Georgias and Bama that from a war of attrition standpoint just can outlast you.
Well, I feel like Oregon's built some pretty good depth.
Yes.
More so than Washington, maybe.
Yes.
Much right now. Because Washington's losing a lot of guys. Washington is, I was looking at that was the other thing. I was looking at the odds to win the championship next year. Oregon's up there in the top 5, top 6, 12-1. Washington's way down there at 40-1.
Well, Penix is gone. Your best offensive lineman is gone. At least your top 2, if not your top 3 receivers are gone. Your running back's gone.
Polk announced he's going pro today.
Yeah, and so Odunze's gone. I don't know what McMillan's status is, but you are losing a lot, and it is not a school that has recruited the way Oregon has. They've relied on the transfer portal and all that. It'll be very interesting to see what DeBoer does, because he's done such a phenomenal job there at Washington. But can he do it now by bringing in his own guys year after year? Whereas it does feel like if you're an Oregon fan, yes, you've lost to him, and so Washington should look at you and be like, dude, what are you all crowned up about? But I think from an objective standpoint, when you look at the future and you say what team appears to be better set up for the next 3 or 4 years, it's easy to see why people think Oregon and not Washington, even though the results on the field haven't proven that.
All right, let's get to in the news. A little bit later, we'll reminisce a little bit about the Pac-12. This is it. It's over. Pac-12's over.
It's done.
As we know it. So we will talk about that later in our broadcast, maybe next hour. But let's get to in the news. The Alaska door plug follow-up. The kid that had his shirt ripped off of his body and he almost died thanks to his seatbelt. He lived. What did he want?
I don't know.
A selfie.
That's what he wanted?
That's what he wanted.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
That's next. Here's Jordan.
This is a Wild Card Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, a day after Black Monday, the Tennessee Titans announcing that they have fired head coach Mike Vrabel after 6 seasons in Tennessee. He led the team to a winning record in his first 4 years there. He also won Coach of the Year in 2021. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says that linebacker T.J. Watt will be out Sunday for their wildcard matchup with the Bills because of a knee injury. Tomlin also stating that Mason Rudolph will be under center after leading the team to 3 wins in a row. In the final AP Top 25 ranking of the season, Oregon finished tied for 6th with Florida State. Michigan, Washington, Texas, Georgia, and Alabama are your top 5. Arizona finishing at number 11, and Oregon State falling out completely. Some bad news today for Husky fans as they deal with the loss in the national championship. Washington receiver Jalen Polk announcing he is leaving school to enter the NFL draft. In the association, the Portland Trailblazers back on the court, actually tipping off in just a few minutes. They're in New York to take on the Knicks. They're 12.5-point underdogs. You can catch all the action on Root Sports Plus. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino's Sportsbook powered by BetMGM for all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
This is your home for year-round NFL coverage. The Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
At Multnomah Medical Clinic, we use the most advanced form of acoustic wave therapy to treat neuropathy and joint pain by repairing tissue and increasing circulation. Here's what our patients have to say.
I'm Gary Herrera, owner of Big Kahuna's Barbecue and Catering in Portland, Oregon. And being a chef, I'm on my feet all day long. My knee started to take a toll. That's when I discovered
bro.
All right, it is 4:35. Let's do this. The date is January 9, 2024. It is time for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you so much. Ladies, please. I'm more than a piece of meat.
How are you?
Well, I like to think so.
I don't know.
Sucker.
I view you merely as a two-dimensional sex object, but that's just me.
Yeah, are there any brains behind that brawn?
I mean, I stare at you every day. You know, I don't know what to tell you.
You're hot, Rob. It's all good.
I'm looking at Margot Robbie over there.
Today is National Cassoulet Day.
Run that by me again?
Cassoulet. It's French. Hey, they got a special at Laurelhurst Market right now. Cassoulet every Monday night.
Really?
Duck confit.
I can't do it.
Let's go.
I can't.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's
only Mondays.
Just Mondays.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, that's not. I was thinking of the, is it the Fagua?
Yeah, the cassoulet is like a stew, I think, right?
Apologize. I was thinking the Fagua, where they force the poor animals to like overeat and it bursts their stomach. So apologies.
Yeah, cassoulet is like you throw some sausage in there, some broth, some meat, some duck confit, some beans.
Well, now I want to go try it.
Yeah, you should.
I've never had it. I can't say I've ever tried
French dish. All right. Yeah, they're doing that every Monday at Laurelhurst Market. Shout out.
Almost sounds like a gumbo, but like with regular meat.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. I'll have to give that a whirl.
It's the French version.
I had a duck fried rice up in Canada, which was delightful.
I'm not a huge duck guy.
It's not my favorite, but when let me say this, it's easy to do duck poorly. But when you get someone that knows what they're doing, it can be delicious.
All I can ever think about is puddles.
Yeah. As opposed to
puddles.
Old Bessie, and you can't think about what you're
Daffy.
eating. You can't think about what you're eating.
Howard.
I'd eat Howard. Stupid Howard.
Kelly Bartlett. Oh wait, that wasn't. I had to tell you the other.
Jump the gun there.
Yeah. It's also National Apricot Day, or is it apricot?
Either way.
Apricot.
It's out. I got.
I like a good apricot.
Maybe on a jam.
Never eat it.
No, never. Again, there's just it's so far down my hierarchy.
Kelly Bartlett said she was sitting 3 rows in front of where the door plug of Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 blew out Friday night.
Terrifying.
This depressurized the plane and forced it to turn around and make an emergency landing at PDX. Of course, we talked about this yesterday. The plane filled with wind, noise, and chaos, and suddenly Bartlett said another passenger without a shirt jumped into the seat next to her.
Jeez.
It was a boy who had been sitting next to the blowout. So remember, we talked about this yesterday, that I thought it was a young kid. It's a teenage boy.
Yeah. It's still a young kid, but not like
but I was thinking
6-year-old
child. They said was sitting close enough that their clothes got ripped out of the plane.
And his headset or his headrest went out the window, and like they said that his chair was rocking. He was afraid that the chair was going to come off. The bolted down. It's scariest thing imaginable.
So she says, at first I thought it was just the window, and then I realized it was the whole panel, and the kid who was sitting in that row, his seatbelt saved his life. That's why he didn't have a shirt on, because the suction had torn it off, and I can't imagine what it was like to be in his position.
No.
She said it was too loud to talk, but the two could type. So using the Notes app on her phone, she learned his name was Jack. So she said, I wrote him. I said, did you get hurt? And he wrote back, arm is a bit scratched. That was unbelievable. My name is Jack, by the way. Thanks for your kindness. The two posed for selfies. He said, let's take a selfie. God. Of course he did.
Of course.
And as a mom, I was not thinking of it as a selfie moment, but as a 15-year-old, it was his perspective. He had just gone through something unbelievable, was the word he used. Jack and his mom were sitting near the blowout. It's unfortunate this event happened in the first place, but I think about everything that could have been worse about it, and I'm just amazed, said Bartlett.
Yeah, in some of the videos, because of course everyone had to, take out their phone. It's amazing how some of the people that are close to this thing,
they're just sitting there.
They're just sitting there.
Like, check this out.
I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do.
There goes a bird.
Right? It's just, what a surreal experience. You just look out and you're like, well,
you probably freeze, don't you? Like, you think if you get out of your seat, you're going to get sucked out of there.
Yes. Oh, there's no way I'm
so your seatbelt stays on. So you have to, you're just sitting there.
Yeah, there's no way I'm
clinging.
I said, old Jack was like, screw this, I'm out. But like,
Yeah, that's a pretty ballsy move, right?
It is, but you think about it, like once the initial like whoosh, like you see this all the time, like on planes that, you know, military airplanes, and the back of them opens up, or skydiving planes, like it's not as if once that's the initial, the cabin is depressurized, it's not like there's a portal to hell sucking you out.
Right.
You can't get up and move around, but it does take some balls to be sitting right by a giant opening of the plane and be like, hold on, let me take off my seatbelt and just head over here. Yeah,
that's peek outside real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the weather like?
Stick your head out there. It's cold with a chance of me dying.
Kind of chilly. I'm gonna go back in. Might need a jacket.
Well, and he's nipping out there, and he's a little awkward. Hopefully, you know, he's
poor kid. You know,
someone offer up the, you know.
Why wasn't that a hot? What? Is that bad?
Even you would have offered up a scarf or a shirt if that were a hot. You'd be like,
boy, can you imagine if that had been like some Instagram model and she's just like,
talk about a selfie.
You mind if I sit down real quick? You're like, no.
No, it's okay.
It's all right.
There's my lap.
She's like, can I have your sweatshirt? You're like, it's a little chilly. I'm going to keep this on. Yeah, but you have a shirt underneath that. I'm sorry. I can't give up my sweatshirt. I'm just going to have to.
Rough break.
What we just hug to warm each other.
Rough break on your shirt, lady.
Can't move my sweatshirt. I'm hiding pitching a tent under here. Sorry, I don't want you to see.
Well, guys, wild story. Now, the latest is from the NTSB, and they are examining all of this, you know.
Yeah.
And what they're saying right now is that they're really only looking at this one particular incident, although they've grounded the entire fleet of planes.
Yes.
They're looking at this one. They got to figure out what happened with this one first, and then they can go back and look at the rest. But they said that the fittings at the top of the door plug had fractured, and that is what allowed the door to the plug door to move upward, and then once it moved up, it moved out.
Yeah.
Due to the pressure.
And then away it goes.
So they said, we don't know if the bolts were loose. We don't know if bolts were in there fractured, or possibly the bolts weren't there at all. We have to determine that back in our lab, which I have no idea how they would determine that, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then they still haven't found the bolts, as far as I know.
Well, right. That's why they're saying that it's possible that they weren't even on there, but they're gonna do a study on that. And then they said the rest of the fleet, they had found loose bolts on several of the 739 MAX 9s during inspection.
Imagine
so this is not good.
I've been doing this before, like where you're like you got a project and like you're putting on a door hinge or whatever, like on a fence, and you're like, you know, like you run out of screws. You're like, 2 screws is good enough. I'm just imagining like Dan out there like putting bolts in. And he's like, hey, we're 1 bolt short. He's like, it's fine. This one will do. This isn't going anywhere. Just some dude half-assing putting a door in an airplane. You would like to believe that everyone takes their job very, very seriously, but you know, it's like, is it the same guy that's setting up the carnival? Is it the same guy that's setting up the Gravitron out there? You got some. Yeah, Cletus is out there just putting in door plugs, making $16.50 an hour. He's like,
it's just one of those things you don't want to think about.
No,
because the way you framed it, it's like, oh yeah, I'm never flying again.
It's
I
true.
don't trust them.
Every time I get on an airplane, I'm now you know this is going to be in your head. Luckily, I always do the aisle seat. I'm not a window guy. I'm an aisle man. But I'll tell you what, if I'm sitting by a seat and I look and I see the little plug and I'm like, wait a minute, fake door? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. Need to be moved to the back.
Well, I don't know. Do you have any flights coming up?
I do.
On Alaska? Mine are.
Yeah,
February,
I do. I got one at the end of January on Alaska.
Well, they're not going to be on MAX 9s. They're still on the ground, so you guys are probably all right.
I guess that's true, but what if they put them up by then? What if they put them back in service? And you're the first one on that flight.
Well, that's like Malaysia Airlines lost 2 planes in like 12 months. Imagine getting on a Malaysian airliner right after that. You're like, good. I'm good. What's Qantas? They got any flights? What's going on? Where's Delta at?
Well, you think this isn't a thing, but unfortunately, actually, Alaska has been known for, well, as many other airlines as well. But Alaska, I think of that Puerto Vallarta crash, you know, like on the coast of Los Angeles, that was due to faulty maintenance as well. Faulty maintenance or lazy maintenance I don't know the exact stat, but it is involved as the reason of a lot of crashes. It sucks.
Well, it's just, again, I think we all want to believe that everyone takes their job seriously. And I think that's a terrible premise on our part. But you're working on an airplane. you would think for the sake of humanity, you'd be like, I have to take my job very, very seriously. But, maybe a guy had a bit of a bender, or he rolled one from the greenvine a little bit and was a little lazy, and,
Actually, part of the reason is also like normal shift changes, like you guys walking into the studio after a show. For some reason, they don't always complete the work, and then the next person doesn't actually see the work order wasn't completed, and they just send the plane on. That's happened too. There are many reasons for that.
Do you ever assemble furniture, like those little Allen wrenches, you got it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Uh-huh.
I have this feeling every time I tighten one of those that it's not tight enough.
You just keep
and
wrenching.
I'm just like, oh, this has got to be, because if that comes loose, when they went, and I just don't think Boeing guy does that.
Yeah.
Door plug guy needs to have that
mentality.
Yeah,
it's got to be tighter.
It's got to be tighter.
It's got to be
tighter.
Hopefully they're not using the thin parts that come in those kits.
An Allen wrench?
No, a very thin Allen wrench. No, you don't even get a regular Allen wrench. You get like a little half size.
One of my all-time favorite stand-up comedians. He's a local guy now. I moved up here. His name's Kyle Kinane. He does a great bit on this where his dad was an airplane mechanic for like 40 years. He does a great bit about, talking about kind of who his dad is and what his dad does and like day-to-day life. And then he's like, I want you to realize next time you're in an airplane and you feel that turbulence that like even the pilot comes on and like gives you a little wobble in his voice. He's like, I want you to know there's a real good chance that my dad, like Dan Kinane, was underneath the hood of that steel beast at one point, and that's who you're putting your life in their hands. And there's an element to that. He does this whole hilarious bit about how his dad can't eat fruit, but his dad is there ensuring that you're not going to die on your airplane. It is true. When you get on an airplane, you're trusting that a lot of different people did their jobs to the best of their ability and then some, and took it all very seriously and made sure that the door plug and everything else is dialed in.
Here's someone who says, this is why I don't sit with the fours, first class only. That ain't going to save you.
No, you have a better chance of dying at the front of the plane. Although
you're just going to die with a free drink in your hand.
There you go. And more leg room as you go down.
And you get off the plane first if it does land, right?
I do like first class.
I do too.
Sometimes first class tickets are actually affordable.
Are they?
I mean, it's all relative, but there are times when first class tickets, I think it's just when no one wants, like it's a light flight and like nobody's really sitting in them. Every once in a while to Vegas, I'll book one because it's only a couple $100 extra.
You're like, do it.
Well, and you get the free drinks, and you're going to Vegas
for that whopping hour-and-a-half flight.
Well, it's about 2.5. Yeah, it's like 2. Yeah, I get down 4, 3 or 4.
Keep them coming.
Do the math.
Keep them coming.
No, but just the leg room and oh man, it's so much nicer.
I would highly advise anybody to play the point game so they could get a first class ticket for like a nice trip that they're trying to plan.
What do you mean the point game? What does that mean?
Oh, like credit card points or like membership rewards with different places. You add that all up, or you sign up for a certain card that has like a bonus. Usually, if you find, like you say, Ruff, the right route on the right day, I was able to get a super cheap first class flight to and from Hawaii. It was awesome.
Yeah, and they are awesome. Like when you get up there, you're like, oh, this is the way that.
Not me. I'm in the back with the stinkers. I'm back there with an everyman sort of mentality, just rubbing elbows with my people.
With the pores.
That's right. You won't find me in the first class. You're gonna find me in 37D back there. Come say hi. You know
the thing I like about first class is nobody talks. It's all snots. They're all a bunch of snots. But I'll just keep to ourselves. Leave me alone. Get away from me. Don't talk to me.
I get a little squirrely when I see kids in first class. It's like, oh, come on. Put them in the cattle
I don't think I've ever seen a kid in first class.
Oh, I've seen a whole family in first class. I'm like, and the two kids were, like 6 and 7. It's like, come on, put them with the cattle call. This is ridiculous.
I like looking at the first class people and finding the people that don't look like they should be there and being like, what do you do?
It's business.
Yeah, I'm like,
business points.
Like, what's your deal? I'm always fascinated by that. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, I gotta know. Like, what do you got going on?
Well, it's somebody who travels for work. See, I've already got this figured out. It's somebody who travels a lot for work and just has the mileage thing. They just fly first class. and he probably works, or she probably works for a big company, so they don't really scrutinize the fare,
But you can't ask them because it's first class. You don't talk to anyone.
Book your own. Oh, hell no.
Or if you don't want anyone to talk to you, just look like me on an airplane. No one will say a word.
Snapping a picture of you, though, just in case.
Just in case, exactly.
Profile.
Not sure what that guy.
Did you get a look at him? Yep, here's a picture right here. I knew it. I knew he'd stab someone.
Kept going to the back. He looked very suspicious.
All right. Up next, was Portland safer in 2023? The results. It's 4:50 on the Fan.
Yeah.
Dusty Hera is out there.
He's doing sidelines for us in the news.
Yeah, so he said he just shot us a photo on text, and I'll be damned. He was listening to our segment about this Alaska door plug thing, and he snapped a photo of what appears to be an airplane seat.
Yes.
On the side of the road.
Yeah, out in like in Germantown.
He was on Germantown Road. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just on the side of the road, right by like a a curve,
Yeah.
like a sharp curve. And
He
dude,
says
that is an airplane seat.
It sure as hell looks like, and it's like, well, wait a minute. And then we started asking. Well, he said he didn't stop,
Yeah.
but he said it's kind of a serious question. What the hell am I looking at? I'm like, I don't think so. We started asking the question. I don't think any seats were actually ripped out. Whole seats were actually ripped out of this plane, right?
Is it happening again? Is there an Alaska flight right now flying above us that's missing a door plug and seats have been ripped out?
Well, that's what I told him. I said maybe it happened again. Don't run over the body
Yeah.
because there's no body in it.
Well, but I think you have to stop and poke around. You get a stick and you do a little exploring.
Pretty wild, though.
Imagine that, because I guarantee it's probably nothing. I don't know why an airplane seat's on Germantown Road, but it's probably the same thing that dude thought when he went into his backyard. It was like, there's no way. Dude, there's an airplane door in my backyard.
Right.
Now imagine finding the airplane door or finding the airplane seat, and then next to it is the person. You're like, or the person, for God forbid, is in the seat, still strapped in.
So is somebody doing a bit?
I don't know. Yeah, it's for like S's and giggles.
Putting a seat out there?
You got to admit, that's kind of a good bit if someone's doing that. They're just putting out random airplane parts. Well, there's a headrest somewhere out there. There's parts
of that. The woman found it. That was at, she's in Southwest Portland. It was in her backyard. It's like, what is this?
Here's the headrest.
Yeah. Well, pretty wild out there in Germantown Road. I don't know. You would think that if it was an actual seat from the plane, they would have, come and taken it.
Unless someone
studied it.
Unless just now someone's reporting it. Oh. Yeah, I don't remember reading about any seats being ripped out.
Dusty's breaking some news out there.
Yeah, Dusty's doing sidelines in games and on the side of the road. It's what he does.
All right. Somebody asked, the bigger question is, how does Dusty take a picture without stopping while driving? Well, come on.
I think
we've all
done that.
Yeah. It's not legal. Shouldn't do it, but
my buddy Scott is in and is asking the question, does it have a free sign on it?
I don't know. Maybe it does. Would you take a free airplane seat?
No.
Why not?
Because it's the most uncomfortable seat to sit in ever.
That's true.
So why would I want to take it home?
Just put it kind of a novelty, for the kids.
For the kids.
Put it by the fire.
I do know these airlines sometimes run like consignment sales, all this stuff that taken out of old planes. They'll sell it like a little warehouse.
People like that stuff.
Do they really? People buy old airplanes?
Absolutely.
I'll buy a first class seat. Or actually, I'll take it for free.
Actually, they probably reuse those since they are so plush, right?
Are they really?
They're pretty nice.
A first class seat.
Way bigger.
Oh my God.
Compared to have you sat in a real comfortable chair? I've never once sat on an airplane seat, first business or otherwise, and thought to myself, you know what? This is way better than my recliner at home.
Oh, I don't think he's saying that.
Absolutely not.
It's just way better.
Yes, but it's not. It's not to the point I want to take it home and sit on it when I'm watching TV. Watching TV.
I do. I want it out in the back. It's a story.
Just say, I don't know. I was driving down the road. A free sign on it.
I make up a whole thing. Yeah, fell out of an Alaska flight. Damnedest thing. Lady in it. She lived.
Isn't there a dude that lives like in an airplane here in the backwoods of Oregon?
Yeah, in the backwoods, he took an old 747 or whatever and put it in the woods. And I guess he bought a decommissioned plane. I think it was an old Continental. And you can go visit him. He will let you stay in his airplane for free. Like he just welcomes people, but it is a warning. Like you will see him nude. Because like his bathroom and stuff doesn't have a curtain or whatever, so I guess like it is a known thing that you will see that dude hanging it out if you go stay there. But if you want, at least when a couple years ago when they did a story on it, he does welcome visitors.
All right, the Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. We've got some NBA injury news. Jim Irsay has been MIA, and now we know why. And get you ready for those NFL playoffs. Oh, we had a surprising firing in the NFL today, too.
Yeah, Black Friday continues, or I guess Black Monday.
Right. We'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
We're having a nice little Tuesday. It's Rop and Sooks. My name's Rop. It's my last name, though. First name, Isaac. Jason Skanik right over there.
Right here.
They call him Sook. And you can probably figure out why. Maybe not. I don't know.
I am often perplexed at people that ask me.
Why?
Why? Like, why Sook?
Hey, Jason Sukanik, why do they call you Sook?
Doesn't seem... Hey, why do they call you Rop, Isaac Rop? Same thing. Just a little easier Sook than Sukanik.
We've got Jordan Schultz over there.
A.K.A. Schultzy. Rebranded as Schultz.
Have you with us for, another couple weeks?
I think so. I think like the 25th is my last day. Just trying to do the math in my head, but I'm terrible at math, so...
I tell you, that paternity leave thing's a great deal.
I think he got like 12 weeks.
Ryan Buckley is actually still our producer. He's just had a baby this whole time, and now he's...
I believe he's
MIA.
also getting paid.
By the way, that son of a bitch, you know what he... Yeah, you get paid.
Unbelievable.
He texted me after Rop in the bank and wanted his picks in on Friday.
Oh, for God's
sake. And I
sakes.
said, no.
You know what time we do it.
You know, that's right.
Some 7-9 BS right there. We're about winning championships, Buckley.
Coming up here, we will reminisce about the Pac-12. We had Black Tuesday, surprise NFL coach firing, which we must discuss.
Yeah, we may get a Black Wednesday because we still haven't seen anything on the whole Belichick.
That's true.
Situation.
Coming up in the club tonight, I had a question about a cigarette flicker.
A cigarette flicker?
Yeah. You know how people do.
I don't see many people smoking nowadays. It's just not something I see on my day-to-day...
Well, we're getting smarter.
Yeah. Well, like vaping. Although, didn't vaping undergo a ban, or was it just flavored tobaccos? I thought that was kicking in as well.
It's the whole marketing to kids thing, which I hate that argument. It's not like adults don't like chocolate or strawberry. It's like, ooh, the cotton candy flavors for the kids. Like, no, 45-year-old people like that too, you weirdos.
Nice. Almost got a Schultzy soapbox there, but I think he backed off.
Yeah, I thought he was going hard on that one, and then someone had to think of the kids.
And he called them weirdos and called it a day.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
We also have leftover from last night, the 7 most overrated vacation destinations in the world. This is definitive. That'll be in the club, 6 to 7. Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, 64-year-old Colts owner Jim Irsay, many have been saying that he's been MIA for the last few weeks.
Yeah, we thought maybe something had to do with the whole, DUI interview, the white billionaire that he was laying low. Turns out, no.
I forgot about that. He said, what did he say?
He said the only reason he got arrested is because he was a white billionaire.
He got profiled.
And he doubled down and was like, I don't care. He goes, you don't understand what it's like being a white billionaire. He said that. Was it Andy or Kramer?
Man.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, they are now saying he is being treated for a severe respiratory illness.
Yes. So, look.
Rest in peace.
I got nothing good to say about Jim Irsay, but I don't want the guy to die.
Yeah, I don't think he's the worst guy in the world. I just think he's
a lot for me.
He's an addict. He's a bad addict.
No, he's sober, and he'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know. They keep saying that, but I don't believe that. But 2, once an addict, you're always an addict. Even if you're sober, you're an addict.
He also claimed on the DUI that he was not drunk. His hips were just sore, and that's why he couldn't walk the straight line. He's such a douche.
It's hard being a billionaire, though. An old white billionaire. I bet that is right.
Yeah. Just so many.
I could find that
so
out.
many disadvantages. I'd like to give it a whirl. I'd like to be discriminated against as an old white billionaire.
The Grizzlies have lost Ja Morant for the season. He'll have shoulder surgery.
That kind of came out of nowhere. I guess he got hurt over the weekend training. And he had a partially separated shoulder, and then they went in and looked at it. And they didn't think originally it was a big deal. Turns out there's a labrum tear in there, and they were like, well, welcome to the season-ending injury list.
Yeah,
here.
So they only won 6 games without him. He had served that 25-gamer.
Well, he came back, though, and immediately was like dynamite.
When he came back, they won 6 games with him, 6 out of 9. They were 6-3. Yep. So So anyway, their season's shot. Pacers Tyrese Halliburton out a few weeks. He has a grade 1 hamstring strain.
That looks scary. Like a bunch of people were slipping last night on the court, and he went down too. And originally thought that thing was going to be way worse, but keep an eye on that though. Hamstrings. Look at the James Harden one. Those can be tricky and linger for a long time.
Your Zers are back out there tonight. Into the first quarter, it is not going well. They are in New York against the Knicks, and New York is leading 38-22. So that's only on pace to lose by 64 tonight.
Your man Duop Reith with 0 points.
No way.
He does have a rebound though. Grant's
Oregon opens 12-1 to win the college football championship next season. That is good for 6th best odds, tied with Ole Miss of all teams. The odds-on favorite is Georgia, shockingly, followed by Alabama, Ohio State, Texas, and Michigan. What?
Wow, no one could have predicted that at all. I guess Ole Miss being up there, though. I mean, people like what Ole Miss has come back, and I guess they cleaned up in the portal as well. They lost their best running back, though, to Ohio State.
I don't trust Kiffin.
Yeah.
Washington is down there at 40-1.
Well, they lose a lot, and the recruiting class isn't fantastic, and
the Huskies today losing receiver Jalen Polk. He enters the NFL draft.
I will be very interested to see what kind of year Washington has next year.
The Dolphins have signed a couple of pass rushers, a couple of bros.
They don't have anybody left. They lost 3 linebackers last week.
Yeah.
They don't have their 2 best pass rushers. They're both out for the year. Waddle has been banged up. Howard was banged up. Tyreek's playing on a bum ankle. I mean, they need warm bodies. They had Melvin Ingram in coverage last week, for God's sakes.
Even if they called me, I wouldn't play because it's supposed to be like 0 degrees.
Yeah, it's supposed to be -1 at kick, and that's without wind chill.
Yeah.
So
no thanks.
I'm sure Miami's going to go into that situation and be great.
I'll stay on my couch.
Yeah.
Anyway, they signed linebacker Justin Houston and former Seahawk Bruce Irvin.
Who knew Bruce Irvin was still around?
Well, I knew Bruce Irvin was still around. I did not know Justin Houston was still around.
Look, if you at some point rushed a quarterback in the NFL, please give the Dolphins a call because they would like to speak to you.
Steelers will not be moving off of Coach Mike Tomlin, but the rumor around the league is he may take a Sean Payton type of leave of absence and sit out for a year, although nothing official there. Pittsburgh will be without TJ Watt against the Bills on Sunday. They will be starting Mason Rudolph as QB1.
Do you think Tomlin he's just had enough? He's going to be like, look, when you find me a quarterback not named Kenny Pickett or Mason Rudolph, I will come back and coach.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's what Peyton did.
Until then, I'm not doing this.
Yeah. So he loses to Roethlisberger, and he's like, all right, I've showed my value. There's not much else I can do without a quarterback.
Call me when you go.
Sean Payton loses Drew Brees. He's like, I'm out of here. So, yeah, I think that's very possible. And then the firing today was Titans coach Mike Vrabel getting the axe after 6 seasons. 54-45 his record, 1 AFC title game, but he also had 2 one-and-dones in the playoffs. In these last 2 seasons, they were both losing seasons. They went 13-21 combined.
Some of that, again, is look at the quarterbacks that he's had to deal with. I think he is a top 6 or 7 coach in the NFL.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, you can criticize him because he's made some poor coordinator hires, like after Arthur Smith left, but he's a hell of a coach. And one of the better coaches as an underdog. Like, he wins games and keeps teams in games that they have no business. He's kind of like Mike Tomlin in that way. And I guess, like, the Titans came out and said that they were going to trade him because he's going to be a valuable commodity. And they literally said that they thought it was going to take too long. You want to know how crappy an organization is? When you come out and be like, yeah, I know we could have gotten some from our coach, but we felt like it was going to take too long and it was going to be complicated. So we're just going to fire him.
Well, it sounds like he and the GM, they have a new young GM there.
Yeah.
And they did not see eye to eye regarding the vision. And I can't blame Vrabel because it's been weird. Ever since that GM came in there, they've sucked.
Yeah.
And before that, he had him the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah. Well, it was such a great move when you dealt A.J. Brown and drafted Treylon Burks. Great swap. I mean, it's...
So I don't blame Vrabel.
And then the Levis pick and then the Malik Willis pick. I mean, look, that's just... I'm glad that he's getting out of that crappy organization. And if you have a coach spot available... my first call would be to that man. That's a good coach right there.
Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victoricos.com. They bring you the Hot 5 at 5. We will talk about Mike Vrabel's firing and what will you remember most about the Pac-12? A eulogy. It's 5:15 on The Fan. Vrabel out in Tennessee, and just poking through the new GM, Ran Carthon is his name. He came out today and he said, "Oh, we had no problems, Vrabel and I. As a matter of fact, I consider him a friend."
Oh, yeah.
He said he never had any issues with him and they were in lockstep. So he's probably just lying.
Sure.
But it sounds like an ego thing between just like an ego battle between the new GM and Vrabel. And Vrabel's got a point because he's the one that had him in the AFC Championship game 2 years. What was that, 2021?
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. They were the number one.
With Ryan Tannehill.
With Tannehill, exactly. Like the best quarterback that he's dealt with is Ryan Tannehill. So
I don't know how they couldn't see that he's one of the best coaches in the league.
Look, if I'm Washington,
it's all ego.
I'm calling Vrabel and saying, can you go get Arthur Smith and just have it be a little package deal?
Just redo the old Titans.
Bring
in Tannehill while you're at it.
or take one of the top 3 quarterbacks. I think they have the number 2 or number 3 overall pick. Pick your quarterback. You've already got some talent there. Bring in a very smart OC. Bring in a very good head coach. And by the way, both good guys, ball accounts, and just reset that culture there in Washington. Don't outthink this thing. Go get Mike. Go get Smith. Put them together.
Yeah, that's why you wait to hire a coach, right? Like, you just want to see, maybe Belichick will be out there. You might have Vrabel, Belichick, and Harbaugh sitting out there.
Yeah. All very, you're literally talking about the greatest coach of all time, and then 2 coaches that have been very successful, including one coming off a national title that's seemingly better as an NFL coach than he is a college coach.
And I know this Ran Carthon guy's made a couple good draft picks, but I'm not sure how they got so bad so fast. Like Tannehill, I know obviously couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And this new GM drafted Will Levis. Maybe that's the root of the issue, is that Vrabel didn't seem very willing to throw Levis out there.
Yeah.
Until he absolutely had to. And Levis looked pretty good in his defense.
I don't know about that.
He's got some, come on. He showed some signs that was not a bust of a draft pick.
I don't believe that they have a quarterback, but that's just me.
Well, that's not what I said. I said he showed some signs that that's not a bust of a. I mean, we said the same thing about Jordan Love, and now look. So it's like Will Levis showed enough that's like, okay, that's intriguing. You can't say the GM totally effed that up. Yet, anyway. So there's that. And then you have Derrick Henry kind of getting older. But outside of that, I don't really know why they got so bad so fast. Because Vrabel is a good coach.
He is a good coach, but not hitting on enough draft picks and age. One, the quarterback is the biggest thing. In this league that when you don't have a quarterback, it's really hard to win. And Tannehill for a while was a Kirk Cousins level quarterback. He was solid. And as he aged out and got worse, it was glaring. And they never had great weapons, but they got rid of their best tight end. They got rid of their best receiver in A.J. Brown. Derrick Henry certainly isn't the player that he used to be. On the defensive side of the ball, you had some injuries. You traded away, Kevin Barrett, who's one of the best secondary guys in the league, that, again, just a little bit of an aging defense that was no longer able to carry you. And you add all those things up, and look, Tennessee is in a lot of games. They just could never quite get over the hump. And so I don't think it's one thing. This is just the nature of the beast in the NFL, that as you age, if you don't have an influx of young talent and you miss on quarterbacks, they drafted the future of their team twice. And Willis is a complete bust, and Levis is the definition of a project. So, and you put that with an offensive team that isn't very talented, and you have the Tennessee Titans.
Well, mistake, but I get it, ego and battling for power and all that. But I just think that good franchises don't let that stuff get in the way, right?
No.
Bad franchises do, and that's what Tennessee looks like. Like, to me, Vrabel, you mentioned Washington. That's a good hire. I think Washington's a really good job. As a matter of fact, of the jobs open, Washington might be the best one because of their new owner. But Vrabel obviously fits in New England if they move off of Bill Belichick. But the other one where I think he just fits perfectly is Pittsburgh.
Yes.
If Mike Tomlin left, Mike Vrabel is the perfect guy to slide in for Tomlin, and he'll be there for 20 years, and he'll be damn good.
Yes, and it's just it's another version of Tomlin that can get a lot out of a situation that doesn't appear on paper to be elite. I'd like to see what Vrabel could do with a real quarterback and a talented roster. Because the guy obviously brings the toughness and a good acumen to it, and his teams play good defense. And Tennessee, even when they're bad, Tennessee is just one of those teams that is always in games, and they've won a couple divisions. And so I just think you're silly if you have an opening and you're not contacting him.
Yeah, and I think you said with Arthur Smith out there, because the Falcons fired him.
Yep.
He'll probably go back with Vrabel.
I would hope so.
Because I don't see Arthur Smith getting another head coaching job. Do you?
Not anytime soon. So if that was a good relationship, and I don't know that it wasn't, I haven't seen anything that was a rocky thing. He's left obviously to take a head coaching job. Why wouldn't you try to get the band back together with a young quarterback? That's a no-brainer for me. Like if you're Carolina, what are you doing? And I don't know if they would take that job because I think it's a mess. But if you're Carolina, you're trying to change the culture, and you've got a young quarterback, and you're trying to get someone to mentor him, and you need to bring some toughness and some a legitimacy to your organization. There you go, Carolina.
Yeah, they released their. I don't know if these agents for the top guys like Harbaugh or Vrabel or whomever. Vrabel, of course, that just happened today. But I don't know if they tell teams, yeah, my guy's not interested or whatever.
Yeah.
But Carolina has already put out their list of candidates.
Yeah,
did you see that?
It's the most open I've ever seen a coaching
They're like,
search.
we have 9 people that we are interviewing, and here are the 9.
It's strange.
And they're all coordinators.
Yeah.
Like Jim Harbaugh is not on it.
Yeah.
Vrabel's not on it.
Yeah, I do think.
So maybe those guys, maybe Harbaugh has already told Carolina, I'm not interested in that stupid gig.
Yeah, I think that is a. I said Carolina, if you're smart, you call those guys, but to be fair and to be honest, they're not. That's one of those, you're only taking that job if there isn't a better one available, and there are better ones available. And like, remember when Cleveland had this? Who did Cleveland go out and get? They got like that special teams coordinator that was like their 18th choice. It was like no one wanted that job. Like eventually
After Hugh?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was. It was a special teams guy who didn't last long. Even his daughter was like, "Really? Like you took the Cleveland job?" Find out it was like Joe something or other. Bit in Tony.
You're not thinking of Tom Sula.
No. Although Tom Sula fits in that same category when the Niners gave him that job. You're like, what? No, it was
Mike Pettin?
Yeah, that was Mike Pettin.
He was before Hugh.
Oh, was that before?
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave it to Mike Pettin and everyone like, what? Huh? You gave it to who? Hugh Jackson was the same thing. Like you gave him another one. There's just some jobs that are not popular. And I'm telling you, I don't know if there's a less popular job right now amongst high profile candidates than the Carolina Panthers. Not only do you have a messy ownership situation, a team that isn't really loaded with talent, you don't have a first round draft pick, you're married to Bryce Young. And I don't know how many coaches are going to look at Bryce Young and say, sign me up. It's bad there in Carolina.
Next Panthers full-time head coach odds. You want those?
Yeah.
I've got those here from our man Jimmy Shapiro. Kellen Moore is the odds-on favorite, 2-1.
Really?
Yeah, really. Why does that surprise you?
I thought maybe the shine had just come off of him a bit, but
well, it has. That's why I guess he's favorite for the crappy Panthers job.
I just thought if you said he was a favorite for a job, I wouldn't think he'd be the favorite at any job. But maybe that says something about the Carolina Panthers.
Ben Johnson, who is the OC from Detroit,
he can do better than that.
He's 4-1. Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, is 5-1, and Bill Belichick is 7-1. Wow.
You just give Bill total control and just be like, whatever you want, Bill. Come on down. The Carolinas are nice.
It's not a bad bet.
That's where Bill Cowher retired too.
Way down there at 33-1, Raheem Morris. That's not a bad bet.
No,
33-1
because I hate to do this, but that's the only job that he would get.
Yeah,
and he got a raw deal, but that's the sort of guy that
and he's impressive. I could see him going in there and being like, they're like, oh yeah, this guy totally surprises. I mean, I think you just hear a lot of good things about Raheem Morris. Of course, he was the head coach before.
Yeah, he got done dirty. He had the 1 year, and then they canned his ass.
And he's way down there at 33-1, man.
What's Eric Bieniemy doing?
He's on the list.
He's ever going to get a job. Maybe this one.
14-1.
What are his chances of the Washington job? Bieniemy?
0.
Yeah, they're just not into him there.
0.
Why?
There's just
because they had such a bad year.
Yeah,
he's on their list.
It's not happening.
He's actually second behind. So the odds of the next Commanders head coach, Ben Johnson, is the favorite. 3-1. Eric Bieniemy 6-1, along with Jim Harbaugh.
He's not taking that. They're not giving him that job. That is a really, really attractive job, and it's not going to Eric Bieniemy. Did we not forget at the beginning of the season that Eric Bieniemy was having a mutiny amongst his players? And let's not act like their 56 sacks they gave up in their quarterback play. He's not getting that job. It's just not. He hadn't been able to get one in like 10 years.
So you're saying that's a bad bet?
Yeah, that's a terrible bet. You might as well just flush your money at that point. That is an attractive job that's going to, I'll bet you a very high profile candidate takes that. That will not be one of.
Who takes that gig?
Well, that might be the Ben Johnson gig.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Well, he is the favorite.
He is the favorite.
Look at you going out on a limb.
Or it might, again, if I'm Washington, I call up Vrabel right now and be like, come take my job, pick your OC. What do you want?
Next Falcons head coach, odds-on favorite, Bill Belichick.
Really?
3-1.
Okay.
How about that?
Bill down south.
And then we have, we've got the Titans. They're favoring Mike McDonald, the Ravens defensive coordinator, for that gig. Belichick's also up there.
You know, Atlanta is an interesting gig because if you find a quarterback, that's a good roster. It is. Atlanta is not, and you play in a crappy division. Really, you just have to solve the quarterback issue, which, you know, is a big deal, but I don't know, that's a better job than I think people think.
I think I'd like to see Bill Belichick in a dome because he always looks so miserable in the cold on the sideline.
Yeah, what would he do without all the, he doesn't have to wear the 9 hoodie layers and all that.
He'll still do it. He'll still wear 9.
Yeah, he probably would.
Rip off the sleeves. But that is actually, I see Arthur Blank doing that. That's definitely an owner that would probably write a blank check for Bill.
Next Chargers head coach, odds-on favorite, Jim Harbaugh. Minus 150.
Yeah.
That's almost like a done deal, it sounds
This was even before the national championship game. The amount of smoke coming out of Ann Arbor, it's like they're crowning a new pope. If he doesn't take that job or doesn't get offered that job, I will be stunned. That just seems like that is a done deal.
One other guy that's on this list that I'd forgotten about that I think would be a really good hire, and it could be maybe Washington would be a good hire. This guy, Dan Quinn.
Yeah,
Dan Quinn's a good coach, man.
Yes,
and he almost won a Super Bowl, and he is sitting there in Dallas. He's got a good defense in Dallas.
28-3.
Guys love him,
and they couldn't hold on, and we view it totally different.
I could see him being a real solid hire.
Dan Quinn will get another head coaching job at some point.
For
just
sure.
Is it this cycle or not? I don't know.
All right. Well, there's hot coach talk.
Some good coaches out there, though.
There always are.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe there's
usually
there aren't. I mean, there are more veteran coaches this year, like Harbaugh, maybe Belichick, certainly Vrabel, guys like that than in years past, and maybe Tomlin's out there too.
Yeah, if he takes a step down, though, it's like I'm guessing he
doesn't coach.
He doesn't coach.
But yeah, it's usually just all these coordinators or retreads.
Yeah.
This year, it's kind of interesting with Harbaugh and Vrabel out there.
I just like the idea of go find someone that that at some point Sean McVay farted on. Go get one of those because.
Well, who's left?
I don't know who's left.
They showed that in the Washington-Dallas game the other day. They were showing that that whole coaching tree, like Shanahan,
LaFleur, Zach Taylor, Jed Fish is part of that. Although Brandon Staley's part of it.
On one staff, it was Shanahan.
Oh yeah,
McVay.
Yeah, it was Washington, I think.
LaFleur. Yeah. And McDaniel.
Yeah,
they were all on the same staff.
Yeah. that was in Washington.
So where's the fifth guy on that crew? Who is that guy?
Go get him. Go find someone that McVay farted on once and give that guy a job.
I go with
that's worked out pretty well.
I go with who Shanahan has farted on.
Well, either way.
Because McDaniel's a pretty good coach.
Yes. They're coaching trees in that sort of mind. Like I love Tomlin, I love Vrabel. I just think, especially in today's game where so much of it is at quarterback based, I will always side on erring on the offensive side. Find me a coach that can run an offense, that can build an offense, and that can develop a quarterback.
Frank Smith is the offensive coordinator in Miami. You ever heard of him?
I have not heard of Frank Smith. Seems made up.
McDaniel.
Is he a younger guy?
Kind of looks younger. Tua's come a long way, but I don't know. Is that Frank Smith or is that McDaniel?
Yeah, I'm looking at he kind of looks like a Frank Smith. He looks very I don't know.
His name is popping up.
Yeah.
Because that offense is pretty fun.
Yeah. Again, that's the whole Ben Johnson thing.
Well, that's the Shanahan.
Yeah.
Find
a bright, innovative guy.
Just keep going down the line.
You see that coaching matters in this league where, talent, it's not necessarily NASCAR, but it's designed for you not to be able to put together super teams, especially when you have to pay a quarterback, that you better have a coach that can design creative ways to score points. I think it's more important now than ever in this league. And so I just don't understand why that doesn't get leaned on more when it comes to making these sorts of decisions.
Yeah, somebody mentioned they thought that Steichen was on that staff too, and I think that might be right.
Really?
The Colts coach?
Good Lord. Speaking of a guy that did a great job this year with, Anthony Richardson, who the rawest quarterback of all time, and then with a retread backup, and damn near made the postseason. Guy did a great job. And then look at Philly's offense since he left. Not so great. That was a great hire.
All right, what will you remember most about the Pac-12?
It's the Pac-12.
That's next. Here's Schulte.
This is a Wild Card Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan, the Portland Trail Blazers back in action tonight. They're in New York facing off against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Not going so well for your Blazers either. 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. New York leads 61-37. Looks like Jeremy Grant leading the way for your Blazers so far with 17. Ant on his heels with 10. But OG Anunoby, he's got 17 for the Knicks leading the way there. Once again, just about 2 minutes to go. New York leads 61-37 over your Blazers. In the NFL, looks like Black Monday bled over into Tuesday. The Titans announcing they have fired Mike Vrabel after 6 seasons in Tennessee. He led the team to a winning record in his first 4 years there, as well as grabbing Coach of the Year honors in 2021. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says that linebacker TJ Watt will be out Sunday for their matchup in the wild card with the Bills because of a knee injury. Tomlin also said that Mason Rudolph will be under center after leading the team to 3 wins in a row. And in the final AP top 25 of the season, Oregon finishing tied for 6th with Florida State, Michigan, Washington, Texas, Georgia, and Alabama, all your top 5. Arizona finishing at 11, and Oregon State falling out completely. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook, powered by BetMGM, for all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Donovan Edwards rotates in at the back. He's got the football. Bumps into traffic and escapes. Donovan Edwards racing to the end zone. Michigan flexing immediately. 41 yards.
Yeah, well, Michigan ran for 303 yards in the game.
They had runs of 41, 46, and 59 in the first quarter. I think that's pretty good. It ended up being a difference in the game, even though Washington stabilized. Just could never stop Michigan's run.
System checks at 14 area locations, Battery Exchange with an X.com.
The Winterhawks are excited to host their second annual Kids Day game on Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Yeah, I was looking at that Washington team. So it was Mike Shanahan was the head coach, but Kyle was the offensive coordinator. This was 2013, and the staff was or included Matt LaFleur as quarterbacks coach, Mike McDaniel wide receivers coach, Sean McVay tight ends coach, Raheem Morris secondary coach, and Bobby Slowick defensive assistant.
Good Lord.
And I think he is now, I want to say he's in Houston. Bobby Slowick, because his name has popped up. Oh, and he's the offensive coordinator in Houston, yeah.
How are they not better?
So he used to be a defensive guy. Now he's an offensive guy. How is who not better?
That's with that team.
Washington.
That Washington.
Yeah, they were 3-13. What the hell?
Yeah, sometimes it's the Jims and Joes.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the X's and O's.
Boy, isn't that right? Doesn't that show you? And a lot of those guys were young.
Sure.
But doesn't that show you it's more about the players?
Look, if you don't have the players, I don't give a damn what coach you have. But yeah, and some of those guys, again, when you're the tight ends, the receivers coach, you have, your impact on the team is minimal, but it is a really, really unique collection of talent. And it's fun when you see staffs like that and you see how they go on. Walsh had a couple staffs like that. And, you see those staffs like early Andy Reid, and you never know, but some of those guys turn out to be just, legends of the game. And it's funny that sometimes they all come from the same spot, and you wonder how much of they fed off one another, kind of a collective groupthink, and pushed and drove each other. That maybe that's they don't become what they were destined to be if they weren't in that situation in that competitive field.
Well, I now want to hire Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
I know nothing about him. I can't pick him out of a lineup, but CJ Stroud was good and their offense was good.
Well, I remember when I was in Tampa that Mike Tomlin was our DB's coach and like quality control. Like he ran the scout team. So I dealt with him a bunch because I was on the scout team because I sucked. But I've said this before, dude, he was a non-factor in that Tampa Bay roster, right? Or on that team. But you could just, if you were around Mike Tomlin for 5 minutes, you were like, yeah, Mike Tomlin's going to be a head coach. You just knew it.
Had that it.
He's had it. He's just running the scout team, and everyone was like, dude, he commanded your respect. But on a staff with Monty Kiffin and John Gruden and Rod Marinelli and Bisaccia, who was obviously the interim guy, and there were a lot of really, we had a legendary O-line coach. There were a lot of really good coaches on that Buccaneer staff that ended up winning the Super Bowl. And again, Tomlin was the low man on the totem pole. And yet when you look at where all those careers went, who ended up being the best coach, including John Gruden, was Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin's a better coach than John Gruden was, and he was the DB's coach.
All right, next topic. What will you remember most about the Pac-12? We've got about 15 minutes to wrap it up. It's over. The Pac-12 is over.
Although it might have, in 2 years, it might come back.
Well, I just mean as we know it.
Yeah, well, look, when it's made up of Boise State and San Diego State and Texas San Antonio, it's not going to be the...
Yeah, well, I don't even call it the Pac-12. What is that?
It's the Pac-12!
So the number is 503-864-6326. That would be the Vancouver Forward text line. Curious thought. If anything jumps out, I don't know. I mean, for me, I got to tell you, being from the Midwest, growing up in the Midwest, didn't have a lot of respect for the Pac-12 when I got here.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
That West Coast or the East Coast bias thing is very real.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even on the East Coast, but it's just like you don't get to see the games a lot, and you just think it's soft football, and they don't play any defense, and the atmospheres aren't great. It doesn't seem like it matters as much, right, out West. Mm-hmm. But I got to say, over the 22, 23 years of being here and covering them and watching closely, I gained a healthy respect for the league and football out West. Especially this year was great. It was a great season.
Yeah.
Let's not act like it was a great conference. It wasn't. I mean, occasionally there were years where it was the best, but I just it grew. Once you watch it closely, it definitely, I saw its value and it grew on me a lot.
It's funny in that I will remember the Pac-12 for being underrated, but at the same time
overrated.
At the same time, overrated by people out on the West.
Definitely underrated.
Right? It was underrated because there were, like you said, there was quality football out here.
Yeah.
But at the same time, and I'm not trying to call anyone out, but I still hear it. Sometimes I hear it on the station, this idea that like we're as good as anyone else. No, you're not. You're just not. Like, I know that like people out here, you want to believe that you were the SEC and the Big Ten, but you weren't. There were years this year.
Well, didn't we learn that last night?
Yeah. But there's always that little brother chip on your shoulder. And it was ridiculous. But I get why it's there, because it was so annoying when you did have good teams, which is why it was fun. You may not like USC, but damn, it was fun when USC went and whooped some SEC ass. When USC was king of the mountain, that was the only time that anyone actually looked out here and was like, that's real. And USC ran physical football. That wasn't gimmicky West Coast, those defenses and those old lines. The problem with it was like, well, USC is real, but everyone else sucks, which is ridiculous. So it's funny. I remember it for being overrated and underrated, but my main one that I'll take out of it, two things. One, piss poor leadership top to bottom. From the Hansen days when they couldn't evolve, to the Larry Scott, which turned out to be a giant disaster, right down to old George, who put the nail in the coffin. That thing was piss poor mismanagement for the 20 years that I've been covering it. And then on a positive note, Pac-12 After Dark is some of my absolute most favorite memories of college football regular season, is sitting down on a Saturday night and watching just absolute chaos ensue. And even if it was two teams that I could give two S's about, Arizona versus Washington State, Cal versus Oregon, or whatever, there's just something great about sitting my ass down at 10:30 at night with some leftover cold pizza and watching chaos unfold. I will always have a fondness in my heart for Pac-12 After Dark.
Yeah, the USC run was awesome. That's a good one. That didn't jump out when I was thinking, like, what do you think when you think Pac-12 football? USC was not it.
Nope. And they were...
You know what did?
They were great.
Was the Oregon State, Mike Riley, Mike Bellotti matchups.
Yeah. Well, for a couple years, it felt like they were the two best teams and were fighting for the Rose Bowl.
Was it Chip?
Well, it was both.
By that time?
It was Bellotti and Chip.
But there were a couple years in a row where it was Oregon State and Oregon for the Rose Bowl. Yep. And I just thought, man, that was so cool.
Awesome.
I don't know.
And I saw a lot of, I grew up going to those games with my brother who played at Washington State and, covering games. And I will miss that. And I don't go to nearly as many games as I used to as I've gotten older and, kids and all that. But I've been fortunate enough to be a part of so many, wonderful games and great environments. And I'll take nothing away. Reser Stadium, when it's rocking, and Martin Stadium, when it's rocking, are great places to see football games. They are. That being said, when Husky Stadium and Autzen Stadium are going, there's some of the best environments in all of college football. Going up to this year to the UW Oregon game, incredible. As good a game as I've ever seen in person. And, Oklahoma, Oregon at Autzen Stadium and the Adrian Peterson and the controversy that goes around with that. And you mentioned some of those games where the Rose Bowl was on the line in the Civil War and some Apple Cups and going down and watching Rose Bowls and seeing Oregon play Ohio State and Wisconsin, traditional Rose Bowl, Big Ten, Pac-12 matchups. I won't forget those. Those are really, really special memories that I'll take with me for getting to be a part of those. And you won't see those again.
503-864-6326. A few of your texts next. It's 548 on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, we've already got the top 25 out. Anybody jonesing for some more college football?
It's the Pac-12. Hey, Oregon getting 6th.
Yeah,
and by the way,
6th.
That's a direct result. And this is the transfer portal. Dylan Gabriel. If Dylan Gabriel's not there, you're not 6th in the country.
Hey, and their season, you don't have to wait quite as long because it will start August 24th.
Oh, that's
of this coming summer.
Sneaky quick.
Because they're playing Hawaii.
And by the way, a great schedule. I mean, say what you want about the whole move to the Big Ten. It's going to lead to...
Well, they play Ohio State, Michigan, and Washington.
It's not too shabby. And Oregon State.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The Seahawks come up short of the playoffs.
Four-man rush. Geno sets. He throws downfield. He's got Lockett. Lockett makes the catch. Touchdown, Seahawks. Holy catfish. finish.
What moves will the Hawks make this offseason?
We've done the things we need to do to win those games and other games that we needed one. We should have had 3 more to have the season that we could have had.
Talk about it and get the inside story on your home for the Seahawks and the NFL.
Okay, some of your texts here. We were talking about what you'll remember most about the Pac-12. Well, at least in football, because somebody did mention, the Pac-12 has more national titles in other sports than any other league, which is true.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately no one cares.
Now it's in the WAC. Is that what I read? Did I read that while I was...
Really?
Isn't that...
The WAC has more?
Or wasn't it Oregon... Is it Oregon State going to the WAC in other sports? Am I wrong?
I don't know. The WAC, the old Western Athletic Conference.
Oh, not the WAC. What's the?
I was like, huh?
Mountain West. That's what you're thinking of.
No, I'm thinking of what's the one that the pilots play in?
Oh, that's the Pacific Coast.
That's the Big Sky.
The PCC.
The PCC.
Pacific Coast.
We're doing
Conference.
great here.
Well,
I don't know.
That's where BYU was playing their teams.
I thought Oregon State was moving its sports, its non-revenue sports, to the WAC or something like that. Did I get that drunk on vacation?
No. The West Coast Conference voting to add Washington.
Yeah. West Coast,
not the Pacific.
So the West Coast Conference, not the Western Athletic Conference. I don't know.
Yeah, not the WAC, the West Coast Conference.
I don't know.
How dare you disrespect a organization that I was once a proud member of?
What?
When I went to BYU, we were a member of the Western Athletic Conference for 1 year.
So the WAC is no more, right? The WAC is...
No, I think the WAC still exists.
Who's in the WAC? What?
Yeah, the WAC is still there.
Who's in the WAC?
Like no one of any sort of relevance. But I believe the Western Athletic Conference is still there. I get you right here. We've got, like Southern Utah is in it. Really? Stephen F. Austin. Yeah, it's
University of Texas, Rio Grande, a list of who's who.
What a crash landing for the WAC.
Was it ever really good? Again, the largest mistake that I've ever made in my life was signing up to go play in the Western Athletic Conference.
Somebody said when it comes to the Pac-10 or 12, I will always remember the quarterback shootouts and the bad officiating. A lot of people have mentioned the bad officiating.
Yeah, the bad officiating certainly is a part of it, unfortunately. Again, I go down what I feel is the worst call in college football history is the Oklahoma-Oregon. Again, they gave Oregon a fumble that they never had. Like, at any point. I don't know. To this day, I still don't know how that happened. How you have a fumble, you have an onside kick there where the one team never has it, and clearly the other side comes up with it with the ball and hands it to you, and you're like, nope, this way, going this way. And I know, Duck fan, like it's great, you won that game, but someone find me a worse call than that, where you give the other team the ball where they never had it. And then they tried to double down and be like, no.
Yeah, it would be good if somebody put together the top 5 worst
calls,
Pac-12 officiating calls. That would be on it.
Yeah, there's.
And then they had the controversy where, what was the one? It was kind of recently where the guy was in the booth. The Pac-12 official guy was.
Yeah, it was like a USC game, and like it turned out like he was being overruled by someone who wasn't even there, and it was bad. The Pac-12 certainly had its fair share of not being able to get out of its own way.
And that goes back to
Larry Scott.
Poor management, like you said.
That's one of the things that I will always remember is it was mismanaged from the top to bottom from ever since we've been covering it.
Someone said the Beavers winning 3 baseball titles. Hard to win 1 with the weather and other issues up here, but 3, damn impressive.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like this one. The Cougs hosting game day. It was amazing.
Oh, there you go. Again,
going back to when things are rolling at Martin Stadium in Reeser, amazing environments, and the snow coming down and Gardner Minshew and all that. And like, that's, if you're a Coug fan, you've been to a couple, you've been to the Rose Bowl, way back when, but that has to be one of the great Coug memories. Have finally, after all that time, getting to host it and having that environment and the win, that's awesome. Somebody said Texas USC for all the marbles will still be the greatest ever Pac-10. Yeah, national championship. Well, that was certainly high level. You got Vince Young. And the USC still had no business losing that game. No business whatsoever. Won. Here's somebody who says Kenny Wheaton, Marcus Heisman, and Oregon v. Auburn. There you go. Yeah. His wrist being down. Although I still love that Duck fan seems to believe that if his wrist was down, that you win that game. Guaranteed. 1, it was tied, and 2, Auburn was marching. So guaranteed. That's a dub. No. They were champs. They do act like that. Like Oregon fan has this, well, he was down and we won. No, you didn't. He was down. He was down. And they would have won. Clearly. Here is a text. It says, where'd that go? When I think of the Pac-12 demise, I think of the COVID year and how it displayed that between school administrators, politicians, and civic leaders, sports just don't matter as much on the West Coast. Right or wrong, the rest of the country found a way to will their season to happen. Out here, whether you agree with it or not, the message was clear that it just means less. Yeah, there's an element to that. I just hate that when you think of the Pac-12 that a lot of negative comes up, because there is a lot of positive. I understand why the negative does, but it is disappointing that those things are at the front of people's minds, because there is a really, really great history in this conference and amazing players and Heisman trophies and All-Americans and unbelievable, quarterback play, going all the way back from, to John Elway. It's just, it was an amazing run. And in some ways I can't believe that it's over. It's weird, isn't it? It's a surreal thing. Somebody said, I remember all the Joey Harrington billboards. Yeah. Here's a Pac-12 memory. USC Cal game in the middle of the Trojans dynasty. Aaron Rodgers breaks the record for most consecutive completed passes, one of the best games of all time. And Jeff Tedford is one of the most underrated names in conference history. Yeah. That's a great, that's a whole segment we could do. Most underrated names in Pac-12, Pac-10 or 12 history. Tedford certainly has it. And Cal, which is now kind of irrelevant, but those Cal teams, for the, they had some really, from Marshawn Lynch to Javed Best and Deshaun Jackson and Aaron Rodgers and, I mean, there's some good talent that came through some of those Cal teams, and I'll think about too the Stanford run they had.
Yeah, that one jumps out
for
too.
10 to 12 years, where Stanford never quite got over the hump and got to play for a national title and should have won a Heisman Trophy, maybe 2 of them between Toby Gerhardt and Christian McCaffrey, but little old crappy smart Stanford. Stanford went on a run there. Those you mentioned the Chip Kelly days. Stanford and Oregon. During that Chip Kelly run.
That was pretty cool.
The blur offense versus we're just going to be physical and beat you up. That was phenomenal.
Well, and I think the Stanford run was memorable because of how they played. That was not your typical West Coast football.
No.
It was Big Ten type football.
Yes.
And that was exciting. It
the
was
juxtaposition between that and Oregon was
cool.
awesome.
Yeah, you're right. Those Stanford runs were great.
Mm-hmm. I've got a really prominent memory. Jason Fife taking over the Oregon quarterback position after Joey Harrington left, and then leading the team to a 4-0 record. And Michigan's on my mind, of course, but they beat the Lloyd Carr-led Michigan Wolverines. And then that quote that Lloyd Carr had, what was it? The loudest stadium I've ever been in, referring to Autzen. That led to Fife getting on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I still got it on my wall. Yeah, Jason Fife was on the cover of a Sports Illustrated magazine. Yes, you go back, you look, says like who's big 4-0, had like a little quack in parentheses. So I will never forget that, because it seemed like after Oregon missing out and going to the Fiesta Bowl instead of the national championship with Joey into that 4-0 record. I think the Ducks were like 7th or 8th in the country at that point. You could feel it was the start of kind of a thought that Oregon could be a national brand, even then in 2004.
Well, if you told me that Jason Fife was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, I would say I would bet any amount of money that would not have been the case.
I mean, I'll bring it in. I'm sure you can find it.
I believe you.
I'll bring in the actual issue.
No, we're okay.
Go Ducks.
I'm just saying.
Interested that you have a Jason Fife cover on your wall.
It's a Duck fan.
How many Duck? It's Mariota. It's Fife. It's Harrington. It's Herbert. Like, who else has been on a cover of Sports Illustrated
doesn't mean it should be on your wall.
You're a jerk.
Actual memory, drunk Sark all time. That was amazing.
Yeah, on the USC
House Sark.
He was all pilled up.
Get ready to bleep. Fight on. Let's go.
That was interesting.
Dave Nurmo's dismount on the pommel horse for a perfect 10, carrying OSU to the Pac-12 gymnastics chip.
I remember the O for Washington season.
Yeah.
How
about somebody brought up the Cougs Huskies Apple Cup for a shot at the league championship game in the snow.
Yeah.
It was 5 years ago.
Yep.
That was good.
And they had Mike Leach had a Washington problem. They got smacked around. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of highs, a lot of lows. There's a lot of good memories in this conference, and it'll be really weird next year. And I know we haven't been since COVID, but I think Dirt and Sprague have gone down to it. But next year, when the media days roll around, the idea of going to the Big Ten Media Day, will be very weird. That'll be very weird covering Big Ten football, because next year
Who are you going to fart on?
It's a good question.
Ryan Day?
I'm thinking Ferentz.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I promise you this. If we go to Big Ten Media Day for the first time, there's one thing.
I think Dirt and Sprague should go. I just like to put that out there.
I kind of want to go to one.
Where is it? I'm not going to Indy.
I'm assuming it's.
I'm not going there.
Let me look this up.
Get out of here with that.
I think we should go to the Big Ten Media Day.
I don't.
One time. Yes.
No.
Because if we go,
no,
I am wearing one thing and one thing only.
Your punt sweatshirt?
I will be wearing my punt sweatshirt. Does anyone have the balls to interview Ferentz while wearing his punt sweatshirt? Because I do. I farted on Clay Helton, and damn it, I'll wear my punt sweatshirt to the Big Ten Media Day.
Look up where it is.
I'm looking right now. see where it's at.
If they send us to that, we're flying first class.
on the company dime?
Well, yeah, I'm not paying for it.
I don't think the company is either. We need to get that sponsored. Yeah, it's in Indy.
Yeah, see, I'm
Lucas Oil Stadium.
I'll meet you there. How about that?
Home of the combine.
Be surprised when I don't show up. The club is next on The Fan.
Hello, Oregon homeowners. If you're in need of
is.
Teams really don't tackle in the fall anyways. How many days would you venture to guess that you would go live anyways? Coach? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, we still there.
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
Brady Hoke falling asleep right on these airwaves.
Oh,
Coach?
How did we forget that?
Coach? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Just nodding off at your bad question.
And who would have thought that Brady Hoke wouldn't go on to great things?
Yeah, no kidding.
Is he still at San Diego State, maybe?
I think he just stepped down.
Take some naps. Me and Jerry Kill are going to go have some low-grade narcolepsy together. What's the worst place you've ever fallen asleep at?
Ooh.
you just dozed off and you're like, oh, hell. Like that looks, because like that was always
the question.
That was always the fear. Like in football, everyone's done it at some point. You fall asleep in a meeting, and then someone bounces something off your head, and you feel like a total jackass. That was always my greatest fear in the NFL because I was just some slappy. And vets fell asleep in meetings all the time. But when you're just some idiot trying not to get cut, it is just your greatest fear when the lights go down to watch film. You're like, please stay awake, because you can't afford to be the guy that's trying to make a roster and falls asleep. It scared me to death.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't really fall asleep at things.
No?
No.
Movies, you never dozed off?
I have fallen asleep at a movie.
In a theater?
Yeah, if it's boring. But that's that's probably common, isn't it?
I would think so.
I'm a little scared to fall asleep in a public place anywhere, to be honest. I just don't want people to F with me. I don't trust anybody.
Schulte, I'm scared of your childhood. There's a lot of repressed things in there. It's just, I don't want to fall asleep. Something bad's going to happen to me.
You trust your fellow man out there?
I trust my ability to wake up. I can't say I've ever once thought if I fell asleep somewhere that something bad was going to happen to me. Show me on the doll where they touched you, Schulte.
I think I've just watched too much like informative murder porn or something like that.
You think you're murder porn worthy? That's where you're at? You think that's what's happening, Schultz? You think a lot of yourself.
Oh, I appreciate you. No, I'm using the term that they refer to it like that in South Park. I watch too much Forensic Files. I fall asleep to that S. So I got bad thoughts.
Chelsea thinks he's going to end up in the toy box if he falls asleep on a bus.
Yep.
I've done that a time or two where I've fallen asleep on public transport, and then I wake up and I'm like, where the hell am I at? Did that in New Orleans once. And I went by my stop by like 30, 40 minutes. And it wasn't the best part of town in New Orleans. I was like, that's just ask the guys, well, when's the one going back? Because he's like, end of the line. And I was like, can I get the other one back? And I had to wait, like 15, 20 minutes and not the best part of New Orleans. And that was a little sketchy.
Now, do you saw logs on airplanes? Because I can't really even sleep.
I struggle to fall asleep. I struggle to fall asleep on airplanes.
I fuggle too.
Yeah, I fuggle. Yeah, I'm not comfortable. Something wakes me up all the time. Or that damn drink cart comes by and drills me, and it's no good.
You can't actually lean comfortably on an airplane either.
No, I'm jealous.
No, exactly.
I'm jealous of the
neck
people.
thing. It's like I can't get my head.
Well, have you seen the new ones where they just strap your head into the seat?
Yeah.
It's like it's like you wear like a headband and then it attaches to the seat, and it's like an electric chair.
I'm okay with it.
I'm kind of intrigued to try one. I don't know if it'll work. I find it very odd that I'm strapping my head to the back of the headrest, but I'm intrigued by it.
Don't you think at some point technology or somebody's going to design something that's just way more comfortable? It's same size, but just way more comfortable. Airline seats.
No.
You don't think so?
I think it's just getting worse and worse and worse.
I think they're trying. I've seen like those, like they flip them on each other. You're almost like under somebody's booty, but they stack them a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the worst idea of all time.
But it's supposedly more comfortable. No. I'm going to try to find a picture of
it's like stadium seating
about.
Where they're saying that you can put more seats in the same airplane where you actually sit underneath someone. Like think about like a Ferris wheel sort of thing.
Like stacked.
Yeah, so you literally have someone sitting on top of you. It's not.
Well, anytime they want to put more seats, that's not a recipe to get more comfortable. I'm just saying, like, surely somebody can somewhere design something that makes, just even if it's like 10% more comfortable. That would be very helpful because those seats are so uncomfortable.
Name me one thing that airlines...
Something with the headrest.
Name one thing that an airline has done not first class, that actual people can afford over the last 30 years that has made flying more comfortable or convenient.
Well, they added straightaway cocktails on Alaska, which that was a good start.
There you go.
I can have an old fashioned now.
There you go.
It's fantastic.
Outside of that.
The airplanes don't make any money, or airlines, I should say, don't make any money off of, or not nearly as much on economy. They make all their cash on the first class and on the business class. Like, they're making almost nothing, if not losing money on the cattle.
Look, the recipe would be somebody designed something that everybody thinks is super comfortable. It's super cheap, and they just toss it in there.
Yeah.
They toss it in the new planes, you know?
No.
It's got to be cheap.
Someone's going to be like, hey, we have a new comfort level for you. There's already 70. Like, I just booked a flight on going down to Arizona at the end of the month. And, you know, it was like whatever. It was on American or United. I forget whichever one. Which one has the little eagle?
They both suck.
They both suck, right? So I booked it, and
That's
it's
American.
So it's on American. So I got my little flight, whatever. And it's just the basic, you know, whatever. And they want me, it's $100 to pick my seat. Just $100. Not to pick a good seat, not to sit in the any of the an exit row, whatever. It's $100 just to pick my seat.
You're talking about in addition to your fare?
Yes.
Yeah, so you look at the price of the fare and you go, oh, well, that's a good deal. Yeah. $250. Yeah. Oh, wait, now it's $69 more to sit in this section, or $100 to sit in this section.
Well,
that's bullshit.
I think I'd pay $100 if it meant I was sitting in a better seat, like an actual nice seat with extended leg room or whatever, like some form of upgrade.
Why don't you pay? Is there a higher level though? Like
yeah, but
$125 or $150.
So my ticket, I think my ticket was like $279 or something, $279, $300, somewhere in there.
Just the fare.
Just the fare, right? And that's for whatever it is there.
So you're going, yeah, this is good.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is great, because I'm only going down for a weekend, right? I'm flying in on a Friday and, you know, coming back Sunday. Quick little trip down there, going down to an auto show, fun, hang out with some buddies, you know, whatever.
John.
And so I was like, $300, cool. And then it's like, do you want to pick your seat? And I'm like, yeah, I want to pick my seat. They're like $100.
Oh,
and I'm
so
like,
that's what it is. It's the option to pick your seat.
The option to pick my seat. So I was like, $100. I was like, okay. So then I start looking at some of the seats, and like these have extra legroom, these are exit rows. To pick one of those seats, it's like an extra $240. Right. It was like 80% of the ticket price to pick an actual seat. So I'm like, wait. So the $100 for me to pick my seat was from like row like 25 on back. Basically, they want me to pay $100 to not sit in the middle.
But if you don't pay the $100, they pick it for you?
They said it will be randomly assigned, and it's not going to be randomly assigned. They're putting my ass in the middle. For $100.
You'll probably get a middle seat.
I just thought that was like $100 to pick a crappy seat? Like, really?
So what did the thing cost you? $279, and you're just going to sit wherever?
Yeah, I think I'll just do whatever.
Yeah. That's a pretty quick flight.
For a quick flight, it's a little 2 hours and some change or whatever. And the other one, I looked at I looked at the plane, and like it was not a full flight. So I figured I'll
How do you know that?
Well, because you can see the seats that are available, and there's a ton of seats available.
Yeah.
So as long as I don't get a middle seat, so I'll look like a week before I'm flying, and if it's starting to fill up, I can always pay the $100 and get a seat. But I just thought that was like the airline thing. It's getting ridiculous with if you want any form of comfort or any form of remotely nice anything, get ready. You're paying through the nose.
I booked to Vegas. We're going to Vegas next month, and I got a first class seat going out.
Ooh.
I think it was only like maybe $210 more. And I was like, oh, perfect.
First class, let's go.
Yeah, that's not bad, right?
No, a couple $100. Is that, you said it's one way?
Yeah, that's just on the way out. On the way back, it was way more. It was like $700.
Yeah.
And I'm not willing to do that.
See,
plus I'll probably lose my shorts. So
my thing is, like, if I'm flying to Arizona or Vegas, it's a short trip. I don't care. If you're flying international, that to me is where it's worth it. But that cost, when we flew to Japan this last summer, ticket to Japan was like $1,600, and for business class it was $4,000. For first class it was like $6,500, and I was like, and we were taking 5 of us. I was like, well, get ready for Japan and economy, people. I'm not writing that check. Sorry, everybody.
$20,000 to get you all over there just in business.
In business class. It's like $3,800.
See all the math I did there?
A seat for business class. You're like, and no.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That would be very comfortable, but, even for a longer flight, I've been on long flights, and I can just suck it up.
Yeah, me too.
It's just like, this sucks, but
it's not ideal, but I'm with you.
I'll have some drinks.
If it's within reason, sure, but most of the time, if you're taking a long flight, the difference between economy and business or first is
it's usually a lot.
Egregious.
Yeah.
And you're like, no. Because I always do this one too. I'm like, again, going to New Orleans. And let's say my ticket is an extra $1,500. I think to myself, what could I do with that $1,500 when I'm in New Orleans?
Yeah.
I can have a good time. So I'll suck it up on my crappy flight, but then when I get to the French Quarter, yeah, we're going hard. That's a couple bar tabs. I'm gonna have a great time. I'm good.
All right. Up next, cigarette flicker talk. It's 6:20 on the Fan. score? It's 100 to 61.
Well, now it's 100 to 65. So the Blazers came first.
This guy says Norwegian Air does a raffle where you can put in your max first class price when buying your ticket. You find out if you won a couple of days before the flight.
Oh, it's like StockX. It's like buying Jordans.
Isn't Norwegian Air, aren't they notorious for cheap ass? That's like the Spirit Airlines of international travel.
That I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I do know that if you like,
yes.
That's the Spirit.
It is the like international.
It's the super cheap one.
Spirit. Yeah, that's correct.
Some of the
I don't even think Spirit has first class, do
they? They do. And I will tell you this: Spirit is the most garbage airline in the world. That and Frontier, don't fly it. But one time going down to Vegas, we did there's like the first 2 rows of Spirit has like 2 big seats, and if you can get one of those. Yeah, you still have to deal with the fact that it's Spirit Airlines, but they're not expensive. They're almost impossible to get because people snap them up. There's like 4 on every plane. It is worth it. It is nice.
So it's like a first class thing?
Yeah.
Do they charge you more?
Yeah. It charges more, but it's really not that bad because it's still Spirit. But like, I do that sometimes. Like if you're going down to Vegas or you're flying down to Denver or whatever, and I see Spirit, normally I don't even bother. I'm like, nope, not doing it. But I will check sometimes to see if I can get the first 2 rows in those seats, and they're always taken. So it's the world's smallest first class, but it is there, and they're really comfortable.
Yeah, I will never, ever fly Spirit ever again.
And if you do,
one and done.
You have to make sure that it's a direct flight because Frontier and Spirit have such a piss poor on time record that if you're having to connect, there's a chance that you're not making it. And Spirit and Frontier don't have a bunch of flights. So if you miss your flight, there's a good chance that you're just stuck wherever you're at until the next day.
Out.
Yeah.
No thanks.
It's not worth it.
Never worth it.
No.
I was driving home last night and bro in front of me flicked his cigarette onto my car.
Ooh.
From his car.
Side or behind?
No, just behind. Like,
so he didn't mean to.
No, he just flicked it out the window.
Sure.
But then I got to thinking.
you thought pulling out your AK and, getting busy, road rage?
No, I would never do that. I wasn't even mad about it. It was just like, what's going on with that? Like, so then I started thinking about it. Like, what do cigarette smokers do with their ciggies? Like, I felt like, why? My first thought is, why are you throwing your cigarette out the window? And it's like, I mean, you could light a fire. Well, not in this rain, but, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem all that safe.
I feel like I don't smoke cigarettes, but I do feel like I would be a cigarette flicker. Like,
well, I just think you have to be. This is what I was getting at.
What's you doing?
Is that I don't know what they're supposed to do because cars took. That's what I was sitting there. I thought about this all the way home. Like that was because you'll see it all the time. A cigarette guy flicks his cigarette out the car, whatever.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, I don't really like that. That kind of bothers me. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. What's he supposed to do? There are no ashtrays in cars anymore.
No.
What is a cigarette smoker who is driving supposed to do with their cigarette? Is that the appropriate way to dispose of a cigarette? I can't imagine it is.
Are cigarettes because you see people throw them on the ground. It's not viewed as, is that littering?
Yes, you can't. Yeah, you can't throw a cigarette on the ground.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
I throw some of my cigars.
Well, you're probably not supposed to. You're supposed to put them out and then put them in the trash.
All right, so I'm going to ask you, am I terrible? So I smoke cigars when I walk my dog.
Okay.
Not like in the crappy rain, but on a summer evening, 9, 10 o'clock, I'll have a cigar while I'm walking my dog. And when I am done, I put it on the ground and I do I don't stop, I mush it. I break it up and cigar, it's leaves, right? So I take the wrapper off, the band, I mush it to where it can't catch. It's completely out. And once it's mushed, then I do the foot sweep and kind of kick it so it kind of scatters everywhere, and then I walk away. Isn't that legit?
It's different than a cigarette.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's different. I mean, it's fine. I think people do it, but I think you're supposed to.
But if I throw it away in a trash, then I'm risking it being lit on fire. Like I cause a trash fire.
Yeah, but I think the idea is that you should know when it's out. Maybe. I don't know. Because like you just you do a little how's your father on it a couple times.
Yeah.
It's maybe not fully out, and then all of a sudden the grass lights, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I just always thought and I don't know, because cigarettes, but it's just paper. Like, but cigars, it's nothing but tobacco leaves. So I never understood the difference between if leaves are on the ground. What's the difference between that and my tobacco leaves being on the ground when I properly mush them? Now I get it if I was leaving a big, wet, gross cigar, but I do not. I make sure that I mush. I do a little chubby checker on that sucker. Really get in there. So I don't feel that I'm a bad person.
I feel like you're justifying. You're trying to make yourself feel better when I'm not going to call you a bad person because Lord knows I've done it. I've done it on a golf course or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do think it's technically littering.
Technically, I am a litterer.
I think that's wrong.
Because I am very careful. I hate it. One of my great pet peeves in the world is people that throw trash on the ground. Pisses me off. Especially when there's a trash can inside. It's just, it drives me crazy. It just makes the whole area look trashy. And I don't want to be that person. I just have never considered cigars to be trash. I feel like I'm returning that cigar to where it started in nature, the leaves. But cigarettes, I wouldn't do that with. Because I don't smoke cigarettes, never have. But if I was a cigarette smoker, I would not do that. I don't think I would throw cigarettes on the ground, but if I'm in my car, I feel like maybe I would, because what am I supposed to do with the butts?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So cigarette butts, they're saying they are made of cellulose acetate, a plastic which can persist in the environment. They say the estimations of the biodegradability of cigarette butts is varied, but some organizations state that can take up to 10 to 15 years to break down.
Jeez.
So we don't want to do that.
So I can't just flick it out of the car window.
I don't think it's never a good look.
No.
I think people do it.
Yeah, I don't think twice about it.
But if I'm a cigarette smoker, what am I supposed to do in the car?
I think you got to bring a Gatorade bottle.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Like the old water bottle.
You got to bring the old Gatorade bottle with a little bit of liquid in there. And
got to have the lid on.
You throw it in there and away you go. It becomes like your disgusting spitter. That's why like cigarettes are like such a gnarly habit. And it is true. You ever like gone somewhere where there's a bunch of cigarette butts congregated in one area? It's just, it's an awful look.
And they get into fish's bellies and stuff. You know?
This guy says, as a smoker, most of us are effing pigs.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Either don't smoke while driving or have a bottle of water to open and extinguish.
There you go.
Yeah. Is that old call the fire department on you? Well, I'm sorry, because the olds do get the cigar mushed out on their sidewalks quite a bit. But again, I think the key to the mush is the spreading afterwards. You don't leave it in one area. You spread. It's like when you mow your lawn and you got grass clippings, you take the rake and you just spread everything out. You don't leave it in one spot. It's poor form. I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with it. I'm not changing.
I'm scouring internet for what they say about that. About the cigar as opposed to the cigarette.
Yeah.
It's very clear with the cigarette. Cigar.
But you do it on a golf course. Like you said.
I've done it.
Guaranteed.
But I try not to. What I try to do is
wait to the.
Yeah, just put it out and then throw it in the trash. Make sure it's fully out and then throw it in the trash, or pour water on it or something, then throw it in the trash. But I'm not gonna lie. I have certainly put out a cigar just in the grass before.
I do feel a little weird when I'm doing it at like my buddy's like country club. I feel like if I'm out at like Karen Lake, sorry, like it's the 9th fairway, that thing's getting mushed. If I'm at like Portland Golf Club, I'm like, well, maybe, maybe I wait.
Now, do you pee in the bushes at?
Look, I will say that the nice course. You do treat it differently than your muni. You do.
You wait for the toilet.
You wait for the toilet. Yeah. I'm not going to say that I haven't whipped it out on the nice courses, but there is an element, especially because I'm a guest, I'm not a member. You know, I already look like I don't belong at those places. You're already getting, it's frowned upon that I'm there possibly. I try to be a little more respectful. If I was a member at that club, I think I'm whipping it out. I think I'm going to the bushes.
I played golf there was a friend of mine who's a female the other day. And I had that. I had to pee. I had to pee. And I was right on the 13th hole at Langdon. And there's a porta potty right there.
Yeah.
But my instinct was
let's go.
Just to go over here and whip it out.
Yeah, that's what you do.
I thought better of it.
Company you were with,
With the female.
Yeah.
There.
Do you think she cared?
I don't think she cared, but I also didn't want to find out.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason to put, you can hold your pee. You're not 4.
Yeah.
And
unless you're Jason Swigard.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And if you're going, why not just go to the porta potty?
Yeah.
That makes it even worse. Like, why are you peeing right there? There's a porta potty right over there. You sicko.
I play out at Fairway Village. It's right by my house.
But for me, I'm sorry, as a guy, the porta potty on the golf course is merely a crapper.
Yes. Yeah, it's only for emergencies.
Because we just pee.
Yeah, you're in nature.
You pee wherever.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't go into the porta
Unless
potty.
There's a female in your group.
Like I said, I play at Fairway Village quite a bit in the summer because I can just walk there from my house. It's like 2 minutes away. And there's so many olds there. And the olds don't necessarily hold it so well. Some of the old men and the peeing on that course is fantastic. Because there is a guy, and I've played with him a couple times, and he goes shirt up under the armpits, toddler style around the knee.
I've seen that before. I tell you, that is alarming.
And if you've ever played Fairway Village, there's no privacy. It's old people homes lining it. And that dude, he lives at Fairway Village. He's got to be like 75 and he doesn't care. And he pees like a toddler and it cracks me up. And he even goes, no hands. He pulls it up with just his hands. And you just see those doughy old man cheeks. It never fails to make me laugh.
Doughy old man cheeks.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen that. Have you ever been at a game or something, and you walk into the trough area, and there's a guy going full moon?
It's like, he pulled his pants all the way down.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's like, what is that? Are we 5?
That's why I call it going Granimal style. You're a toddler. I don't know what that is.
You don't grow out of that? How is that?
I don't know.
You're not scared to just throw your booty out in the middle of a public bath? No thanks.
Well, there's that, but it's so much better to just whip it out in between the,
I guess you're afraid of. You're afraid of
I don't know,
like spilling on something. But yeah, when you see pants around the knees, pants around the ankles, guy, it's out in the wild. When you see that raw nature style,
it's alarming.
David Attenborough style, it is. But you know what? Immediately, it draws everyone's attention. You can't help but look. You're like,
and to them, they're probably like, "What?"
Yeah. Like, what do you?
Well, so much what it's like. I think of mommy issues or daddy issues or like. Now my mind's racing.
Where did you learn this behavior?
Well, and how have you not grown out of that?
Yeah, you look around at
sucking your thumb next.
You look around at everyone else, and you clearly see that this is not normal behavior, and you're like, I don't care.
You never once had the thought that pulling your pud right through your jeans is easier than dropping trow.
Maybe they didn't learn. Maybe they're scared of the zipper. I don't know.
Well, sometimes it's not a zipper. Sometimes you just pull down your elastic.
Yeah, it's usually not
shortsies.
It's usually not that big of a deal. Maybe as you get older, maybe that's something I need to experiment with. Maybe I'm going to become pants around my ankles guy out in public. I'm going to walk into the next Winterhawks game I go to and be like, excuse me, going all the way down, elevator basement. I don't even... I have never done that in my life. I wonder how awkward that would be. I'm going to have to try this out. The next time I'm at a ball game, just be prepared.
You're not going to.
I'm going to. Well, you guaranteed.
I'm not going to be in there.
The next sporting event I go to, I will come back and report. I am going pants around the ankles. Although knees, I don't want my pants to touch the bathroom floor. So I'm going to go around the knees, and I'm going to tell you how it goes. I'm interested to see how awkward that this is going to feel. Because I've never done it. And after 45 years on this planet, why the hell not? I don't know how many years I have left on this life, and I'm about to get real weird with it. What if I love it? What if this becomes my new jam, and I become ankle peer?
But you won't.
You don't know.
It's science.
Maybe it's awesome.
No,
You've never done it. Neither have I.
I did it when I was 2.
I don't remember it. Maybe it's awesome.
Loved it then. It's not awesome. All right, we got to go. That was supposed to be about cigarette flickers. By the way, somebody mentioned that. So it's the cigarette filters that are the problem.
Yeah.
So what's left of, if you don't smoke all of the tobacco, you can just flick that out, and you're good there. It's the filter that you should dispose of. But this person is saying that everything in a cigar is biodegradable.
Yeah,
like you said,
so I'm fine.
So
yeah.
So just you just take the wrapper off, like you said. And
take the label off, and I'm good to go. Stop looking at me, old people. They're very judgy when you're smoking in their neighborhood.
Well, it doesn't matter what you're doing; they're going to be judging you.
That's true. They don't like the cut of my jib.
Okay, so next on the list is the 7 most overrated vacation destinations in the world. Will we get to it tonight? We did not last night, and it appears we're short on time again. We'll see. Here is Schulte with SportsCenter.
This is a Wild Card Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, the Portland Trailblazers in New York right now, facing off against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Not going well at all. New York leads 110-77, just under 3 minutes to go in the game. Your Blazers have been putting up some numbers. I mean, Jeremy Grant scoring 21, Ant Simons following him up with 12, but OG Anunoby with 23 for the Knicks, Julius Randle with 20, and they've just been shooting a heck of a lot better and more often than your Blazers tonight. One more time, 110-77 their lead, 3 minutes to go in the game in New York. Moving on to the NFL, Black Monday leading into Black Tuesday, I guess. The Titans announcing that they have fired Mike Vrabel after 6 seasons in Tennessee. He led the team to a winning record in his first 4 years there, as well as grabbing Coach of the Year honors in 2021. Also, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says that linebacker TJ Watt will be out Sunday for their wildcard matchup against the Bills because of a knee injury. Tomlin also stating that Mason Rudolph going to be under center after leading the team to 3 straight wins. More sports and stories. Try that one more time. More sports and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook, powered by BetMGM, for all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand.
Many people don't
Blazers down by 33, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Well, it was way worse than that.
At least they scored 70, right?
They got 79. Hey, maybe crack. There's like a minute left. Maybe they crack 80.
Well, we have to break.
Yeah, it went a little long there on the.
But
somehow we've got from cigarettes to peeing with your pants around your ankles.
I think I can squeeze this in. I'm going to give it a shot.
See what you can do.
The world's most overrated vacation destinations revealed. Okay, this is from a Reddit thread. And people, you know how you upvote things?
Sure. Yeah, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, they're doing it by that. Most upvotes, most overrated destinations, right? When people say, oh, this place sucks, and then everybody upvotes it.
Sure.
That's how it gets on the list. Okay, are you ready for the top 7 from this list?
I'm ready.
Reddit users.
I'm ready.
Number 7, Miami.
I can see that.
All about appearance and money, it says.
I can see that. If you go to Miami, drive a little further, go down to the Keys. Miami's cool for all of, like, well, if you like Latin women, then Miami's great to look at. But
I tell you what, man.
I totally get the Miami thing.
I've been to Miami, and I thought it was weird.
Yeah, it's a strange vibe.
It's weird.
It's very unique.
It's a bit like Vegas, only not nearly as fun. And not as many options. It's almost like a different country. It's an odd. Miami is odd.
It is very, very unique, and it's one of those places too that you can see like a beat up, rundown shack, and then there's $100,000 car out front. People desperately want you to believe that they are doing better than they are. It's like the whole, like you said, it's all show, all hat, no cattle.
Santorini, number 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Because that's high on my list. Greece is probably top 3.
Overcrowded,
that I've never been and I want to go.
Overcrowded.
I can see that because everybody wants to go to Greece.
That's right.
Especially Santorini.
Number, let's see, what was that? 7.
That was 6.
Number 5, Egypt.
Yeah, I can see that.
They are citing aggressive street sellers in Egypt.
Yeah, a lot of scams there.
And like, have you ever seen I always thought the pyramids would be cool, but have you ever seen the view from the other side? Like if you're looking at,
it's horrible.
It's awful.
Yeah.
It's just this crappy.
They don't show you that part.
No, it's not. Supposedly it is a shock. You think that like you're on some sort of beautiful nature walkabout. You're not. Yeah. You're in the world's worst KFC, and then you look out your window and there's the pyramids. Yeah,
it's very strange.
That's one that I've that and India are the two that everyone's like, oh, I want to go to India and Egypt, and I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's 8. It's top 8.
All right.
So now we're only okay. So I'm gonna give you the top 5 next. I think we're gonna get this in.
1, I'm sad. 2, I can totally see.
Okay, so Miami, Santorini, and Egypt, travelers' most overrated destinations. What are the top 5? Next on the Fan.
Bo
tops, but they upvoted the most overrated destinations for travel. Okay, they have an 8 on here.
Someone saying Portland homeless camp. Is that on the list?
Miami 8, Santorini 7, Egypt 6. Here are the top 5.
All right.
Los Angeles is number 5.
See, I don't buy that.
Touristy, it says.
So much cool stuff to do in Los Angeles.
There is, but I think the key with Los Angeles is it's so big.
Yeah.
You can't, like, you don't want to do the touristy stuff. Don't do any of it.
Yeah.
If you want to experience Los Angeles, I think you need to know somebody who can get you pointed in the right direction that's not, so you can experience real Los Angeles as opposed to stupid Hollywood Los Angeles.
All I know is if you go to LA and you can't have a good time and you can't find cool things to do, that's on you. I've never had a bad time in Los Angeles.
Number 4, Jamaica.
Really?
They're saying sketchy.
Oh, just unsafe.
Kind of sketchy there.
Never been, but that's...
Never been either.
That does seem, how would you say? That seems cliche.
Jamaica?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know why. It's like, hey, where you want to go? I'm like, Jamaica. I'm like, I don't know. I don't have a great, I don't know.
Mom went like 25 years ago. She had a great time. She went.
Who went?
My mom.
Oh.
But I was like 10, so she said she had a great time.
Yeah, Mike Lynch went. Remember when he was telling us about Jamaica? As a matter of fact, I have some Jamaican rum that he brought back.
Well, East Coast Jamaica is like us going to Hawaii. You know,
yeah.
If you're on the East Coast, you go to Jamaica. If you're out here, you go to Hawaii.
I got to tell you, I'll probably never set foot in Jamaica, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I feel that way too. Because if I ended up going down there into the Caribbean, I'm doing one of the Saints.
Yeah. Number 3, Walt Disney World. Overpriced.
Yeah.
And crowded.
Yeah, you know my feelings on Disney. There's Disney people, there's non-Disney people. Although I will say, having gone and gotten drunk without my kids, I had a great time.
I would say that should be number 1. But of course, I've never been to one of these top 2.
I got to check Epcot out, but I don't know.
Number 2 is Niagara Falls.
Okay, I've done Niagara Falls.
I have too.
But
it's been years.
Niagara Falls to me was a lot like Mount Rushmore, and maybe even a little bit of the Grand Canyon. And like, it's the Chevy Chase. Like you get there and you're like, all right. And
now what?
Now what?
Well, they're saying this says this town is decaying and sad.
It's been 20 plus years since I've been there, but I felt like it was decaying and sad when I was there. It's like, but it's like going to the coast. It's the same sort of thing. Those towns aren't thriving. It's all just touristy stuff.
Any guesses on number 1 before we go?
Most overrated. So it's got to be places. It's got to be someplace that a lot of people go. I'll go Hawaii.
Yeah, I'll go Italy.
Hawaii and Italy. No and no. It is Dubai.
Not surprising at all.
Materialistic, they say.
Is it really expensive?
I don't know, but it seems it.
Can't you not drink there either?
Yeah, well, that's the thing is I talked to somebody that went there that said you can't drink. Like there are strict rules there.
Really?
And the only
well, that was the whole like the World Cup thing, right? Like when it was like said that was Qatar, but it's the same sort of thing, the same regime feel to it.
It's not like you can go out and just get booze at the liquor store and take it up to your hotel room.
Yeah, it's a no-no.
You can't. It's a no-no, and it's like. I think they said you have to be staying at the hotel. Some hotels have bars, and you have to be I don't know. There's a whole thing with that.
I'm guessing if you have a ton of money, Dubai is your oyster. You can buy whatever you want, but I'm guessing if you're a regular dude, probably not, would be my guess.
Yeah, it says tourists are permitted to drink in licensed restaurants, hotels, and bars attached to licensed hotels. It is unacceptable and punishable to drink in public spaces, even beaches. It is incredibly strict about public drunkenness and has zero tolerance for drinking and driving.
Yeah.
So you can't get sloshed and run around out there.
I'm just not certain that, again, but on my budget in my life, I'm not certain that Dubai will ever happen for me.
Yeah, it just seems contrived. You know?
Yeah.
And there.
I actually feel that's a pretty solid list.
I think so, too.
The only one I disagree with is Los Angeles.
They are the most overrated travel destinations. We are back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan Gang.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
There's no need to suffer in silence with erectile dysfunction. Multnomah Medical Clinic is here to help. Multnomah Medical Clinic is the first clinic in the area using a pain-free, pill-free, and non-surgical solution. Say goodbye to your ED problems and regain confidence in the bedroom with Multnomah Medical Clinic. Don't wait any longer. Reinvigorate your intimacy today. Stop treating the symptoms and start fixing the problem. Give us a call or visit our website at multnomahmedical.com.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And